Hello, everyone. Today, I will tell you three stories about dangerous criminals. The first story will be about a dangerous car hijacker in America. Before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video. This will help me continue to upload more videos. Enjoy watching. Vincent was born in the small town of Harpersville near Texas. His full name was Edgar Hunter. Edgar's parents, John and Margaret Hunter, worked hard to provide everything they needed for their son and his little sister. From a very early age, Edgar showed extraordinary curiosity and the ability to find solutions to any problem. He often spent time taking apart and reassembling his toys, always striving to understand how they worked. One day, when Edgar was 10 years old, he accidentally discovered a small jewelry box in his grandmother's old chest of drawers. The grandmother explained that these decorations were passed down in their family from generation to generation. Edgar was fascinated by the brilliance of the jewelry and began to become interested in its history and value. As he grew older, Edgar became more and more interested in the world of precious stones and jewelry. He began to study how jewelry was created and even began working part-time at a local jewelry workshop, where he was trusted to perform simple tasks. As he grew older, Edgar became more and more interested in the world of precious stones and jewelry. He began to study how jewelry was created and even began working part-time at a local jewelry workshop, where he was trusted to perform simple tasks. His natural agility and attentiveness allowed him to quickly learn and gain experience. In high school, Edgar became interested in mathematics and physics, which helped him understand the working principles of complex locks and security systems. He read everything he could find about ancient and modern methods of protecting valuables, and this knowledge over time began to shape his future intentions. After graduating from high school, Edgar attended a local college, where he studied engineering. However, his passion for jewelry and valuables remained unquenchable. In his free time, he continued to work in the jewelry workshop, improving his skills and increasing his knowledge of precious stones. One evening, when Edgar was returning home after work, he witnessed a robbery at a local jewelry store. He watched as the criminals professionally and quickly broke into locks and safes, making away with expensive jewelry. This incident left a deep impression on him. Edgar realized that he had all the necessary skills to do this himself. From that moment, his life began to change. He began secretly studying methods of burglary and jewel theft, using his knowledge and skills to develop his own plans. Edgar began petty thefts, trying his hand at it and improving his technique. With each successful robbery, his confidence grew, and soon he decided on his first big robbery. His target was a small jewelry store in Harpersville. Edgar prepared thoroughly, studying employee schedules, security systems, and the store's layout. At night, when the store was closed, he got inside and, using his knowledge and skills, opened the safe and took away a significant amount of money and jewelry. The success of his first major robbery inspired Edgar to commit new crimes. He began to carefully select his targets, planning every step and avoiding unnecessary risks. His name gradually became known in criminal circles, but the police could not trace him for a long time. Edgar became a true master of his craft, turning from an ordinary young man into one of the most dexterous robbers of jewelry stores in the country. Edgar continued his criminal activities, becoming more and more skilled in his craft. He began to build networks of contacts in the criminal world, which allowed him to obtain information about new jewelry stores and their security systems. His operations became increasingly sophisticated and risky, but each successful robbery strengthened his reputation and brought in huge sums of money. One day he learned about a new jewelry store that had opened in downtown Dallas. The store belonged to a well-known chain, and its security was one of the best in the country. Edgar knew that the robbery of this store would be his most daring and dangerous undertaking, but he also understood that the successful completion of this operation would bring him not only wealth, but also the status of a legend in the criminal world. Edgar began to carefully plan the robbery. He spent weeks studying the guards' schedules, analyzing security footage, and developing a break-in and escape plan. He hired several specialists who helped him hack security systems and disable alarms. On the night of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Edgar and his team entered the store, bypassed all the traps, and opened the main safe, where the most expensive jewelry was kept. They were about to leave the crime scene when the backup alarm, which they had not taken into account, suddenly went off. The police responded instantly, and Edgar and his team were trapped. A firefight began, and despite all his efforts, Edgar was forced to leave part of the loot and hastily escape. He managed to escape, but this robbery was the first that did not go perfectly. After this incident, Edgar realized that his reputation and life were under threat. He decided to lie low and stop his activities for a while. Edgar moved to another city where he lived under an assumed name, carefully avoiding any contact with the past. But despite the temporary lull, his passion for jewelry and adrenaline has not faded. Edgar continued to plan his return to the world of crime. He developed new, even more complex robbery plans, striving for perfection. His goal was clear: to become the most successful and elusive jewelry store robber in history. Edgar continued to live in the shadows, hiding from the authorities and criminal circles who now knew his name. He changed his appearance, learned to use fake documents and avoid unnecessary attention. But thoughts of returning to his craft did not leave him. He knew that his knowledge and skills were unique, and that he was capable of much more. A few years passed, and Edgar decided it was time to get back into the game. But now his approach was even more thoughtful and careful. He created a new team consisting of experienced specialists in various fields: burglars, IT experts, masters of disguise. Edgar carefully selected people who not only had the necessary skills, but also could keep secrets. His first target after returning was the largest jewelry store in Los Angeles. This store was famous for its impenetrable security system, and robbing it would be a real challenge for even the most experienced criminal. Edgar knew that this case would be difficult, but success would bring him not only enormous wealth, but also restore his reputation in the criminal world. Edgar began his preparations by sending one of his men to work undercover in this store. The employee had to collect information about the security system, security procedures, and the location of jewelry. At the same time, Edgar studied the plans of the building and developed a strategy for penetration and escape. It took several months to prepare. Edgar thought through everything down to the smallest detail, from how to turn off the alarm to escape routes. Finally, everything was ready. On the night of the robbery, Edgar and his team acted quickly and smoothly. They entered the store through the ventilation system, bypassing all the main security points. Using their skills and equipment, they broke into the main safe and gained access to the most valuable jewelry. Everything went according to plan. But at the last moment, there was an unexpected failure. One of the team members accidentally touched a hidden sensor, activating a secondary alarm. The entire operation was in jeopardy, but Edgar quickly got his bearings and decided to act. He ordered the team to collect everything possible and prepare for emergency departure. When the police arrived at the scene, Edgar and his team were already hiding in a maze of underground tunnels leading from the store. They left the crime scene, taking with them a significant part of the loot, although not all that they had planned. This robbery was a test, but it also proved that Edgar is still one of the best in the business. After this incident, Edgar decided that he needed even more time to prepare and improve his methods. He again went into the shadows, continuing to plan new robberies, each of which was supposed to be even more sophisticated and successful. Edgar continued his activities in the shadows, improving his methods and teaching the team new techniques. He understood that each next step had to be more thoughtful and careful, because with each successful robbery, his name became more and more famous in criminal circles and among law enforcement agencies. One of his next targets was the famous jewelry salon in New York, known for its unique collections and impenetrable security systems. Edgar knew that robbing this salon would not only bring him enormous wealth, but would also put him at a new level in the criminal world. Edgar and his team began preparations several months before the robbery. They carefully studied the building, learned everything about the security system, and developed a plan for entry and escape. This time, Edgar decided to use more sophisticated methods, including red herrings and fake identities, to confuse the police. On the day of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Edgar and his team entered the building, bypassed security, and opened the main safe. But as soon as they began to take out the jewelry, an unexpected protection system, which they did not know about, came into play. The entire cabin was instantly filled with thick smoke, and the doors and windows were automatically locked. Edgar quickly got his bearings and found an alternative route to the exit through the basement of the building. His team had difficulty making their way through a labyrinth of underground passages, but they managed to escape the trap and escape to freedom. They lost part of the loot, but saved their lives and most of the jewelry. After this incident, Edgar realized that he needed to be even more careful and attentive. He began studying the latest security technologies and incorporating them into his plans. He also began collaborating with scientists and engineers who helped him develop new devices to hack and bypass security systems. Despite all the dangers and risks, Edgar continued his activities, striving for perfection. His name has become synonymous with skill and cunning, and each new robbery is a real work of art. He remained elusive, constantly changing cities and hiding from law enforcement. But Edgar understood that his path would not be endless. He began to think about how to leave his legacy and pass on his knowledge to the next generation. He began to look for young and talented people who were ready to learn and continue his work. Edgar wanted to create a team that could not only maintain his reputation, but also surpass his achievements. With each new robbery, Edgar left fewer and fewer traces and acted more and more sophisticatedly. He knew that someday he might cross paths with someone who would be a worthy successor to his legacy, and then he could retire knowing that his legacy would live on. Edgar continued his activities, but now his mission expanded. He not only committed robberies but also looked for young and talented people who were ready to learn and continue his work. He found these people in different parts of the country, testing them on their ability to think outside the box and solve complex problems. One of these young men was Jacob, a talented hacker who became famous for his skills in hacking security systems. Edgar met him in one of the underground clubs in Los Angeles. Jacob turned out to be not only smart, but also ambitious, ready to take risks for the sake of a big game. Edgar decided that he would be the first student in the new team. Edgar began teaching Jacob all the intricacies of his craft, from analyzing security systems to preparing detailed plans for robberies. Together, they developed several successful operations, allowing Jacob to earn the respect and trust of his mentor. Over time, Edgar's team began to grow. They were joined by Elizabeth, a master of forgery and disguise, and Marcus, a former military man specializing in strategic planning and evacuation. Each team member brought their own unique contribution, and together they became a force that was difficult to handle. Edgar and his team continued to commit robberies, each of which became more sophisticated and daring. They targeted the most secure jewelry stores and auction houses around the world. Their successes attracted the attention of both criminal circles and law enforcement agencies. The FBI created a special team to catch Edgar and his team. Agents began studying each of their robberies, trying to find patterns and clues that could lead them to the criminals. But Edgar was always one step ahead, using his knowledge and experience to avoid traps and remain elusive. One day, Edgar learned about an exhibition of unique jewelry that was to be held in one of the largest museums in Europe. This exhibition attracted the attention of collectors from all over the world and became the main goal for Edgar and his team. A robbery of this level would become a real sensation and would forever cement their names in the history of crime. Preparations for this robbery took several months. Edgar and his team developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and unforeseen circumstances. They studied the museum, penetrated its security system, and developed a complex operation to divert attention. On the night of the robbery, everything went according to plan. Edgar and his team entered the museum, bypassing all security systems. They were about to take out the jewelry when the hidden alarm system suddenly went off. Instantly, the museum was filled with guards and a fight began. Edgar, Jacob, Elizabeth, and Marcus acted smoothly and quickly. They managed to take some of the jewelry and escape through underground tunnels, which they had prepared in advance. But this incident showed them that even the most detailed plans can fail. After this robbery, the team decided to take a break to reflect on what had happened and improve their methods. Edgar continued to teach his students, passing on his knowledge and experience to them. He knew that one day he would have to retire, but he was confident that his legacy would live on through his team. Edgar continued to remain in the shadows, planning new heists and training his students. His name became a legend in the criminal world, and his story continued to inspire a new generation of criminals. And although Edgar knew that his path would someday end, he was confident that his work would live on thanks to those who learned from him skill and cunning. Edgar and his team continued their criminal activities, but with each new robbery, the stakes became higher. They began to target large international exhibitions and auctions where unique and rare jewelry was kept. Robberies of this magnitude required not only complex preparations, but also cooperation with other criminal groups. One of these collaborations was a partnership with a mafia group from Italy, which provided Edgar with information about an upcoming auction where unique diamonds were to be put up for sale. This auction was held in a private club in Rome and attracted the attention of the richest collectors from around the world. Edgar and his team began preparing for the robbery. They held several meetings with Italian mafiosi to discuss the details of the operation and divide the spoils. The mafiosi provided Edgar with false documents and equipment necessary to enter the clubhouse. On the day of the auction, Edgar and his team acted under the guise of guests. They entered the building using fake invitations and began infiltrating the security system. Jacob, thanks to his hacking skills, managed to disable the security cameras and alarms, allowing the team to move around the building unhindered. The operation went smoothly until one of the mafia team members decided to betray Edgar and his people. He informed the guards about the impending robbery, hoping to receive a reward for it and avoid arrest. The security reacted instantly, and a fierce firefight began. Edgar and his team were trapped. They fought with the guards and tried to get out of the building with the loot. In the chaos and panic, Edgar managed to keep his cool and coordinate the actions of his team. Thanks to his leadership qualities and strategic thinking, they managed to escape from the encirclement and escape. However, after this robbery, Edgar realized that betrayal can come even from those who are considered allies. He became even more cautious and distrustful, choosing only the most trusted and reliable people for his operations. A few months later, Edgar received information about a new target, the largest jewelry store in London, which was famous for its collection of rare gems. This store was protected by the latest security systems, and robbing it would be a real challenge even for Edgar. Edgar and his team began to prepare for the operation. They studied the store building, conducted reconnaissance, and developed a detailed robbery plan. This time, Edgar decided to use doubles to confuse the police and security. He found people who looked like members of his team and taught them the basics of camouflage and behavior. On the night of the robbery, Edgar and his team acted according to a new plan. The doubles distracted security and police while the real team members entered the building and opened the safes. Everything went according to plan until the police arrived on the scene after receiving an anonymous tip about an impending robbery. A tense game of cat and mouse began. Edgar and his team used all their skills and cunning to avoid capture. They left false trails, confused their pursuers, and changed routes. In the end, they managed to escape with the jewelry, leaving the police at a loss. This success solidified the reputation of Edgar and his team as the most sophisticated and elusive robbers. They continued their activities, committing increasingly daring and risky robberies, always staying one step ahead of the law. But Edgar knew that his journey would be long and dangerous, and that one mistake could cost him everything. After a robbery in London, Edgar and his team decided to lie low to avoid increased attention from the police and the press. They hid in different cities, communicating only through encrypted channels. Edgar used this time to rethink his strategy and prepare for his next big thing. Edgar received information about the upcoming International Jewelry Exhibition in Tokyo, where a unique collection of jewelry that belonged to one of the richest people in the world was to be exhibited. This exhibition attracted the attention of collectors and connoisseurs from all over the world, and security was at the highest level. Edgar knew this would be his most ambitious undertaking. Preparations for the robbery began 6 months before the event. Edgar sent his team to Tokyo to study the area, collect information about the security system, and establish contacts. They found several exhibition employees who were ready to help get inside for a lot of money. Edgar also brought in Japanese hackers to hack security systems and distract attention. On the day of the exhibition, everything went according to a carefully worked-out plan. Edgar and his team entered the exhibition under the guise of employees and guests. Jacob hacked the security systems, disabling the cameras and alarms for the required time. Elizabeth used her camouflage skills to infiltrate the jewel vault, while Marcus provided security and coordinated the team's efforts. However, not everything went smoothly. One of the security guards, noticing something suspicious, decided to check the security system manually. He discovered signs of a break-in and raised the alarm. Panic began in the building and security closed all exits. Edgar and his team are trapped. At this moment, Edgar showed his leadership qualities and composure. He quickly got his bearings and developed an escape plan. They used smoke bombs to disorient the guards and entered underground tunnels that had been prepared in advance. Despite the cramped and narrow passages, they managed to take out most of the jewelry and escape to freedom. Edgar and his crew fled to a safe place where they could calmly divide the spoils and consider their next steps. This success cemented their reputation as the best robbers in the world, but also brought them even more attention from law enforcement. After the robbery in Tokyo, Edgar realized that he needed to be even more careful and carefully plan every action. He decided to expand his network of contacts and attract new specialists for the following cases. His team included safe-cracking experts, former military personnel, and professional racing drivers who could help in emergency situations. With each new robbery, Edgar and his team acted more and more sophisticated. They learned to use modern technology, camouflage themselves, and avoid traps. Their methods became more and more complex, and their operations more risky. Edgar began to think about the future and think about creating an international network of robbers that could operate around the world, coordinating their actions and exchanging information. He dreamed that his name and legacy would live on even after he himself retired from this dangerous business. Each new case became another step towards achieving this goal for Edgar and his team. They continued their activities, remaining elusive and mysterious, always one step ahead of the law. And although the dangers and risks were high, Edgar knew that his mission was not over, and he would go forward until he achieved his ambitious goals. With each new robbery, the reputation of Edgar and his team grew, and their methods became more sophisticated and technologically advanced. They used drones for reconnaissance, hired top hackers to break into security systems, and developed their own devices to disable alarms and surveillance cameras. The next target was the famous jewelry fair in Paris. At this fair, jewelry was exhibited, the value of which amounted to millions of dollars. Edgar understood that this robbery would be the most difficult in his career, but also the most profitable. Preparations began several months before the event. Edgar personally visited Paris under the guise of a tourist to explore the area and analyze the security system. He noted that the fair had the latest security technology installed, including biometric locks and facial recognition systems. For this operation, Edgar decided to attract additional help. He contacted a famous hacker nicknamed Phantom, who was famous for his ability to bypass the most complex security systems. Phantom agreed to work with Edgar in exchange for a significant share of the loot. On the day of the fair, Edgar and his team acted as a single mechanism. The Phantom hacked the security system and disabled the security cameras while Edgar and his men entered the building. They used lasers and specialized tools to open safes and gain access to the most valuable jewelry. However, despite careful preparation, not everything went according to plan. One of the security guards noticed suspicious activity in the system and raised the alarm. Edgar and his team found themselves in a critical situation when security began to close all exits. Edgar quickly decided to use a backup plan. They detonated a small explosive charge to create a diversion and breach the wall leading to the underground tunnels. Despite the chaos and smoke, the team managed to carry out a significant portion of the loot and escape. This success strengthened their reputation but also attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies. Interpol created a special group to capture Edgar and his team. They began coordinating their efforts with national police in different countries to stop a series of daring robberies. Edgar realized that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and decided to temporarily stop operations. He assembled a team and suggested laying low until the police attention subsided. They traveled to different parts of the world, using fake documents and carefully avoiding any attention. During this time, Edgar continued to develop new methods and technologies for future operations. He began looking for new talented specialists to join his team. His goal remained the same: to become the most legendary robber in history and create an international network that would continue his work. Several months passed, and the attention on Edgar and his team began to wane. They decided to return to their activities, but now they acted even more carefully and prudently. Each new robbery was planned taking into account all possible risks and unforeseen circumstances. One of the next targets was a luxury jewelry store in Dubai. Edgar and his team developed a complex plan that included diversions, hacking security systems, and using fake documents. The operation was carried out flawlessly, and they walked away with millions of dollars worth of jewelry. Edgar understood that his path was becoming increasingly dangerous, but he also knew that his team was ready to do anything to achieve success. They continued their activities, staying one step ahead of the law, and each time their robberies became more daring and sophisticated. Each new case added to their legend, and Edgar knew that one day he could retire knowing that his legacy would live on through his students and those who would continue his work. But for now, he was determined to move forward, stopping at nothing to achieve his ambitious goals. Several years have passed since Edgar and his team became known throughout the world as the most skillful and elusive robbers. Their operations became more and more ambitious, and each new success only strengthened their reputation. However, despite all their efforts, the law was getting closer. Interpol and the FBI were actively coordinating their efforts to catch Edgar and his men. One day, Edgar received information about a secret auction that was to take place on board a private yacht owned by one of the richest people in the world. This auction was to feature unique jewelry that had never been shown to the public. Edgar realized that this case would be his greatest challenge, and if all went according to plan, it would secure his and his team's future. Preparations for the operation began several months in advance. Edgar and his team rented the yacht to study its design and safety features. They inserted their people into the service staff to receive information about the event and its participants. Jacob developed a complex plan to hack security systems, while Elizabeth and Marcus handled logistics and securing evacuation routes. On the day of the auction, Edgar and his team entered the yacht under the guise of guests and staff. Everything went according to plan. Jacob hacked the security system, Elizabeth provided a distraction, and Marcus prepared an escape route. Edgar and his men began to collect the jewels when suddenly an unexpected turn occurred. One of the auction participants, an influential crime boss named Vito Moretti, recognized Edgar. He immediately raised the alarm and the guards began to act. The situation quickly got out of control. A firefight began, and Edgar's team found itself in a critical situation. Edgar made a quick decision. He decided to seize the yacht and use it as a hostage to ensure the safety of his crew. They took control of the captain's bridge and turned off all communication systems. Edgar knew that time was running out and help would soon arrive from the shore. Meanwhile, Vito Moretti, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, proposed a deal. He promised to help Edgar and his crew leave the yacht if they shared the spoils. Edgar, realizing that this was their only chance, agreed. With the help of Vito and his men, Edgar and his crew managed to board inflatable boats and escape into the night. They left the crime scene with some of the jewelry, but now they have a new enemy in Vito Moretti. Edgar knew that sooner or later Vito would demand his share or try to betray them. He began to develop a plan to eliminate this threat while his team hid in a safe location. Several weeks passed and Edgar learned that Vito was planning a big deal with another crime boss. It was the perfect moment to strike. Edgar and his team prepared the ambush using their skills and equipment. On the night of the deal, Edgar and his men attacked Vito and his men, capturing not only their loot, but also Vito himself. They took him hostage to keep him quiet and avoid further trouble. Vito was forced to give them his entire share and leave the country. Edgar understood that now their path would become even more dangerous, but he was ready to go to the end. His team remained loyal to him, and they continued to plan new heists, always one step ahead of the law and their enemies. Several months have passed since the incident with Vito Moretti. Edgar knew his team had to change tactics to avoid repeating the same mistakes. He decided that they should become more mobile and unpredictable, using new technologies and means of camouflage. Edgar and his team traveled to South America, where they planned their next big deal. Their target was the largest bank in Rio de Janeiro, which was known for its huge reserves of gold and jewelry. Edgar knew that this bank was a real fortress, but he also knew that in the chaos of the carnival, they would have a chance to sneak inside undetected. Edgar created a new cover. They became a group of tourists who came to the carnival. Jacob, with the help of local contacts, implemented his programs into the bank's security system. Elizabeth found costumes and masks that allowed them to blend into the crowd. At dawn on the first day of the carnival, Edgar and his team, dressed in costumes, began to act. They approached the bank from the side where security attention was minimal due to the holiday. Jacob remotely hacked the security cameras and alarms, giving the team the opportunity to gain entry. They moved quickly and smoothly, knowing that they had limited time. Inside the bank, they encountered an unexpected problem. The new security system installed on the safes was much more complex than they expected. Jacob had to improvise using all his skills and experience. Edgar and Marcus took up positions, ready for any eventuality. Elizabeth kept track of time, knowing that every minute counted. Jacob finally mastered the system, and they began loading jewelry and gold into specially prepared backpacks. But just as they were ready to leave the bank, an unexpected situation occurred. One of the bank employees, who came to work early, noticed them and raised the alarm. Edgar knew they only had a few minutes before the police arrived. The team began to retreat, using previously prepared routes through underground communications. They surfaced a few blocks from the bank and mingled with the carnival crowd, their costumes and masks helping them remain undetected. Luck was on their side. The police arrived too late, and none of the witnesses could accurately describe the criminals. Edgar and his team successfully made off with the loot, heading to safety to reconsider their actions and prepare for their next move. After this robbery, Edgar realized that their success depended not only on technology, but also on the ability to quickly adapt to the unexpected. He decided to make his team even more flexible and resourceful, constantly learning new methods and technologies to stay one step ahead. With each new case, their tactics and methods became more and more advanced. They continued their criminal journey around the world, always remaining in the shadows and evading justice, while Edgar developed plans that could change everything. After a successful robbery in Rio de Janeiro, Edgar and his team decided to change things up and move to Chicago. The city, with its many banks, museums, and high stakes, was ideal for their next big thing. They also had old contacts in Chicago who could help with preparations and logistics. Edgar knew that in this city not only many opportunities awaited them, but also dangers. He understood that the police and the FBI were not asleep, and therefore they had to be even more careful and resourceful. They rented several apartments in different areas of the city to be able to quickly move and hide if necessary. The first target in Chicago was one of the largest banks located in the very center of the city. This bank was known for its reserves of cash and precious metals, as well as its sophisticated security system. Edgar and his team began planning the operation by carefully studying the security and all possible methods of entry. To begin with, Edgar introduced Jacob to the position of IT specialist at the bank. Jacob, with his hacking skills and knowledge of security systems, was able to gain access to the internal network and begin collecting information. Elizabeth and Marcus went undercover, pretending to be ordinary citizens to investigate the bank and its surroundings. The preparation time took several weeks. They studied the security schedule, analyzed the routes of collectors, and looked for weaknesses in the security system. Finally, a detailed infiltration and evacuation plan was developed. The day of the robbery has arrived. Edgar and his team were ready for action. In the evening, when the bank had a minimum number of employees remaining, Jacob hacked the security system and turned off the alarm. Edgar and Marcus sneaked inside, dressed in guard uniforms so as not to arouse suspicion. They quickly made their way to the vault using fake passes and codes that Jacob had received during his time at the bank. Inside the vault, they found a huge amount of cash and gold. The team began quickly and carefully packing the loot, realizing that they had limited time. However, at the most critical moment, a surprise occurred. One of the bank employees, working overtime, returned for a forgotten phone. He saw what was happening and immediately called the police. Edgar and his team realized that they only had a few minutes before reinforcements arrived. They quickly completed the packing and began to retreat along a previously prepared route through underground communications. Jacob, while remaining at the bank's office, activated a diversionary maneuver, setting off false alarms throughout the building, disorienting security and police. The team made it to the surface a few blocks from the bank, where a hidden van was waiting for them. They quickly loaded up the loot and fled towards one of their safe houses. The police and FBI arrived on the scene too late to catch them. This success in Chicago showed that their tactics and skills were becoming more and more sophisticated. Edgar understood that they could not stop there, and began to develop plans for the next task, even more complex and ambitious. The team soon learned of an upcoming exhibition of rare and unique jewelry at the Museum of Science and Industry. This event attracted collectors and connoisseurs from all over the world, and security had to be at the highest level. Edgar knew that the robbery of this exhibition would be a real test for his team, but also a chance for a huge jackpot. They began to carefully prepare for a new operation, studying the museum, its security systems, and evacuation routes. Edgar knew that every detail matters, and the slightest mistake could cost them their freedom. But he had confidence in his men and their ability to cope with any difficulties. The team is back on track to prepare for the heist, knowing that their success depends on their skill, composure, and ability to adapt to any eventuality. Edgar and his crew continued their criminal journey, always staying one step ahead of the law and their enemies. After a successful bank robbery in Chicago, Edgar and his team decided not to waste time and immediately began preparing the next operation. This time their goal was the famous Museum of Science and Industry, where an exhibition of rare and unique jewelry was to be held. This operation required maximum concentration and a carefully thought-out plan. To begin with, the team began reconnaissance. Edgar introduced Elizabeth to the museum staff under the guise of a temporary worker, which allowed her to collect information about the internal security system, shift schedules, and the location of surveillance cameras. Jacob hacked into the museum's internal network to gain access to building plans and security systems. As the day of the exhibition approached, tensions grew. Edgar understood that the slightest mistake could cost them their freedom. He had several contingency plans in place, and every team member knew his responsibilities down to the last detail. The evening before the opening of the exhibition, the team began to act. Edgar and Marcus, dressed in security uniforms, entered the museum through the back door. Jacob used sophisticated hacking tricks to temporarily disable the security cameras and alarms. Elizabeth, while inside the building, helped coordinate the team's actions and distracted the real guards. Having entered the hall where the jewelry was kept, Edgar and his men began breaking into display cases. They acted quickly and smoothly, knowing that time was against them. However, at the most critical moment, one of the guards noticed strange activity on the monitor, which Jacob was unable to completely turn off. The alarm was raised. Edgar gave the command to urgently curtail the operation. They collected as much jewelry as possible and began to retreat along a pre-prepared route. However, their escape route was blocked by police who arrived on the scene faster than expected. A shootout began. Marcus, with his military experience, provided cover while the rest of the team made their way to the exit. Edgar knew that their only chance was to break through the police cordon and get to the hidden van. They acted decisively and calmly, using smoke bombs and diversionary maneuvers. Marcus, despite being wounded, continued to fire, giving the team time to retreat. Finally, they managed to get to the van and escape. In the van, the team bandaged Marcus's wounds and checked the loot. Despite unexpected complications, they managed to take away a significant part of the jewelry. Edgar knew that now the entire Chicago police would be looking for them, and they urgently needed to leave the city. They traveled along pre-prepared routes, using fake documents and vehicles. Edgar decided that the team should temporarily split up and lie low in different parts of the country until the attention of law enforcement agencies subsided. However, their criminal activities did not go unnoticed. Interpol and the FBI intensified their efforts to capture Edgar and his team, creating a special task force to coordinate with local police. Edgar understood that their next operation would have to be even more carefully thought out and prepared. A few months later, when the attention on them had subsided slightly, Edgar gathered his team in a safe place. He knew that their next step had to be decisive and big to ensure a secure future for them. They began to develop a plan to rob one of the most secure facilities in the country, the federal gold vault at Fort Knox. This operation required incredible effort, new technology, and precise coordination. Edgar and his team knew that if they could rob Fort Knox, they would become legends in the criminal world. But the cost of the mistake was too high: their freedom and possibly their lives. They began preparations knowing that this was their biggest challenge. Edgar understood that everything was at stake and was ready to go to the end to achieve his goal. Their path became increasingly dangerous, but they were willing to risk everything for success. Several months have passed since Edgar and his team began preparing for the most ambitious operation of their careers, the robbery of the federal gold vault at Fort Knox. This vault was considered one of the most guarded sites in the world, and access to it was almost impossible. But for Edgar and his team, it was a challenge they were ready to take on. Edgar knew that this operation would require completely new technologies and levels of training. He found high-tech and security experts who could help develop the plan. Jacob continued to improve his hacking skills by studying Fort Knox's security systems and developing ways to bypass them. The team started with a thorough reconnaissance. They discovered that access to the vault was only possible through multiple layers of security, including biometric locks, multiple surveillance cameras, and constant patrols by armed guards. Edgar knew that they would need a detailed plan that would take into account all possible risks and contingencies. The first part of the plan involved creating fake documents and identities for the team members so they could infiltrate the secure area. Elizabeth took it upon herself to create perfect fakes that could fool even the most advanced security systems. Marcus developed an infiltration and evacuation strategy using his military experience. When the day of the operation arrived, the team was ready. They used a truck containing false documents to enter Fort Knox under the guise of equipment suppliers. Jacob remotely hacked the security system, temporarily disabling the cameras and alarms so the team could sneak in without detection. Having got inside, the team acted quickly and harmoniously. Edgar and Marcus headed to the vault while Elizabeth and Jacob remained on duty, providing support and monitoring the situation. They used special devices to break the biometric locks and enter the main room with the gold. However, despite careful preparation, their plan was suddenly in jeopardy. One of the patrolling guards noticed unauthorized activity in the system and raised the alarm. Edgar and his team realized that they had only minutes left before the full might of Fort Knox's security would fall on them. The race against time has begun. Edgar and Marcus managed to load a significant amount of gold into prepared containers, but an alarm signal meant that they urgently needed to leave the facility. Jacob, remaining in contact, tried to redirect the guards and delay their arrival at the vault. The team moved towards the exit, but their path was blocked by armed guards. A firefight began, and Marcus used his combat skills to provide cover for the others. Edgar knew they had to get out of the trap, or they would be caught or killed. At a critical moment, Jacob activated a backup plan. He hacked into the building's control system and caused a power outage, plunging Fort Knox into darkness. This gave the team the necessary time to escape. They used smoke bombs to evade the guards and made it to the truck where Elizabeth was waiting for them. With incredible skill and determination, the team left the Fort Knox area, taking the loot with them. But they knew they were being pursued, and every moment was worth its weight in gold. Edgar decided that they needed to split up to increase their chances of success. They traveled along pre-prepared routes, using fake documents and various vehicles. Edgar and Marcus headed to one safe place, Elizabeth and Jacob to another. They agreed to meet in a few days in a secret hideout. Despite all the risks and difficulties, the operation was successful. Edgar and his team managed to fool one of the most complex security systems in the world and emerged victorious. But they knew that now the whole world would be looking for them, and their lives would become even more dangerous. Edgar understood that now they needed to lie low for a while. They dispersed to different parts of the world, using their disguise skills and fake identities to avoid detection. But even in hiding, they continued to develop new plans and improve their skills, preparing for the next big thing. Each new case added to their legend, and Edgar knew that one day he could retire knowing that his legacy would live on through his students and those who would continue his work. But for now, He was determined to move forward, stopping at nothing to achieve his ambitious goals. After the successful robbery of Fort Knox, Edgar and his team knew that their tracks were being actively sought by law enforcement agencies around the world. They lay low using false documents and elaborate cover-ups. Each new shelter became a temporary home where they developed plans for the future and analyzed their actions. Despite all this, Edgar realized that his team needed a larger and longer-lasting shelter. He remembered an old contact, Professor Richard Morrison, a cryptography expert and former NSA agent who had retired and lived in a remote part of Alaska. Edgar contacted Morrison and offered him cooperation, promising protection and a significant share of the spoils. The professor agreed, and the team went to Alaska, where they built a hidden shelter, equipped with all the necessary means to prepare new operations. Edgar knew that they not only needed to hide, but also prepare for the next step, which was to be even more ambitious. While in hiding, Edgar learned of a potentially lucrative new business. An international organization known as Phoenix was planning to transport huge amounts of money and securities aboard a high-tech cargo plane. This plane, known as the Golden Phoenix, was equipped with the latest security systems and was guarded by a private army. Edgar understood that this matter would require not only careful preparation, but also new technologies. Professor Morrison developed a unique device that could temporarily disable an aircraft's navigation and communication systems, giving the team a chance to intercept it in the air. The plan was complex and dangerous. Edgar and his team had to hack the plane's control systems, land it at an abandoned airfield, and quickly unload its valuable cargo. They began training and preparing to be ready for any eventuality. The day of the operation arrived. The team, using false documents, entered the airfield from where the Golden Phoenix took off. Jacob remotely hacked the security systems and activated a device developed by Morrison. The plane lost contact with the dispatcher and began to descend. Edgar and his team were ready for action. They landed the plane at an abandoned airfield using special signals for navigation. But as soon as they began unloading, trouble awaited them. The Phoenix organization was aware of the possible threat and sent a group of mercenaries to guard the cargo. A fierce firefight began. Marcus and Elizabeth took up defensive positions, covering the team while Edgar and Jacob unloaded. Professor Morrison, who remained in the hideout, coordinated the team's actions and helped distract the mercenaries using hacked communication systems. Despite the intense fighting, the team managed to capture a significant portion of the cargo and take refuge in prepared vehicles. They fled the scene, heading to their hideout in Alaska. But their problems didn't end there. The Phoenix organization began hunting for Edgar and his people. They used all their resources to find and destroy those who dared to encroach on their cargo. Edgar knew that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and decided that it was time to go on the offensive. He began to develop a plan to destroy the Phoenix. With the help of Professor Morrison and his intelligence contacts, they gathered information about the organization's leadership and key targets. Edgar and his team began a series of attacks on Phoenix's infrastructure, eliminating their leaders and disrupting their operations. Each new attack became more daring and destructive. Edgar understood that their success depended on precision and coordination. He developed a strategy that included diversions, hacking security systems, and using mercenaries to confuse the enemy. In the end, the Phoenix organization was on the verge of collapse. Edgar and his team destroyed their main bases and incapacitated key figures. They knew that this was their last big fight, and they were ready to do anything to survive and win. Edgar was finally able to return to his hideout in Alaska, knowing that his team had won the most dangerous and ambitious mission of his career. They remained in the shadows, enjoying their spoils and planning for the future. Edgar knew that their legend would live on forever, and that they had proven that nothing is impossible for those who are willing to risk everything for their goal. After defeating the Phoenix organization, Edgar and his team decided that they needed to temporarily lay low. They used their resources and contacts to create several safe houses around the world. Each member of the team lived under different identities, carefully avoiding any traces that might give them away. Several months passed, and Edgar began to feel that their life in hiding was becoming too predictable and boring. He knew that they had reached great heights in the criminal world, but inside him there was a feeling that this was not the end. He needed something new, something big that would make his heart beat faster again. One day, during a chance conversation with Professor Morrison, Edgar learned about the existence of the so-called Shepherd Vault. It was a secret vault located deep underground in the Swiss Alps, where the most valuable artifacts and wealth of world leaders and oligarchs were kept. The storage facility was created in case of global disasters and was equipped with the most advanced security systems imaginable. Edgar knew that this would be the most difficult and risky business of his life, but it could become the crown of his career. He assembled a team and outlined his plan to them. Everyone understood that the stakes were high, but each of them was ready to take the risk. The first step was to gather as much information as possible about Shepherd's Vault. Elizabeth set about finding contacts who could provide inside information, while Jacob hacked into several secure servers to obtain plans and schematics for the vault. Edgar contacted a former intelligence agent who lived in Switzerland and could help with logistics and camouflage. They began creating fake documents and purchasing equipment needed for the operation. Finally, the day came when they were ready to act. The team flew to Switzerland under various pretexts to avoid suspicion. Edgar and Marcus, pretending to be high-ranking businessmen, held several meetings with local influential people to divert attention. In the evening, when the vault was closed to visitors, the team began the operation. They entered the tunnels leading to the vault, using special equipment to hack security systems and bypass surveillance cameras. Professor Morrison remotely coordinated the team's actions, hacking security systems and giving instructions. They soon reached the main entrance to the vault. This is where the most difficult part of the operation began, hacking biometric locks and systems that respond to changes in temperature and pressure. Edgar and Jacob used all their knowledge and skills to bypass these systems. Time was running out when they were finally able to open the vault doors. Inside, an incredible sight awaited them: priceless artifacts, gold, precious stones, and rare documents that had been stored here for decades. The team quickly began collecting their loot, knowing they had little time before security arrived. But suddenly, the security system activated the backup protocol, and the vault doors began to close. Edgar realized that they had to act quickly. They gathered everything they could and ran towards the exit, trying to avoid traps and guards. At the exit, another obstacle awaited them. A special forces team prepared for any surprise. A shootout began. Marcus and Elizabeth provided cover while the rest of the team made their way to the exit. Professor Morrison, using his hacking skills, was able to disorient the special forces, opening the way for them to freedom. They managed to escape, but they knew that now a global hunt would be announced for them. They set off along pre-prepared routes, using fake documents and means of disguise. Edgar knew that they would have to lie low for an even longer time to avoid capture. Despite all the risks, the operation was successful. The team took home riches that could only be dreamed of and once again proved that they are the best in the business. Edgar understood that their path was becoming more and more dangerous, but he was ready to go to the end for the sake of his goal. Their story continued, and each new case became even more exciting and risky. Edgar and his crew knew that one day they would be able to retire, but for now they were determined to continue their criminal journey, always staying one step ahead of the law and their enemies. After a spectacular escape from Shepherd's Vault, Edgar and his team decided to lay low for an extended period of time. Each team member traveled to different parts of the world to get lost among millions of people and avoid the attention of law enforcement. Several months passed, and Edgar began to feel that the time had come for a new, even more ambitious operation. He knew that continuing to steal jewelry and gold was risky and predictable. He needed something more, something that could change their lives forever and leave a mark on history. One day, while studying old archives and documents, Edgar came across information about an ancient artifact known as the Key of Destiny. This artifact was hidden in one of the most protected museums in the world, the British Museum in London. The legend said that whoever masters the Key of Destiny will be able to open the doors to countless treasures hidden in the depths of the earth. Edgar knew that this artifact was the key to their next great heist. He assembled a team and outlined his plan to them. Each of them understood that this case would be the most difficult and risky in their careers, but they were ready to take the risk. The first step was to enter the museum and study the security system. Edgar and Jacob traveled to London disguised as tourists and began studying the museum, its security systems and staff schedules. Elizabeth took it upon herself to create fake documents and identities for the team so they could sneak in without suspicion. The preparation time took several weeks. They developed a detailed plan that included hacking the security system, disabling surveillance cameras, and creating distractions. Edgar and his team understood that the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. The day of the operation arrived. The team entered the museum under the guise of tourists and employees. Jacob hacked the security system and disabled the alarm. Elizabeth created a diversion to keep the guards busy in another wing of the museum. Edgar and Marcus headed towards the hall where the Key of Destiny was kept. They opened the display case using specially designed tools and took the artifact. But just as they began to retreat, the security system activated a backup protocol, and the museum doors began to close. The team was trapped. A tense race against time began. Jacob tried to hack the control system to open the doors while Edgar and Marcus fought off the guards. Elizabeth and Marcus provided cover using smoke bombs and distraction devices. Finally, Jacob managed to open the doors, and the team got out of the museum. They escaped into pre-prepared vehicles and headed to their hideout, but their adventure did not end there. They learned that the Key of Destiny was part of an ancient artifact, and that it had to be used in a specific location to unlock the treasure. Edgar began searching for information about the location of this place by studying old maps and documents. He soon discovered that the Key of Destiny needed to be used in one of the ancient temples in South America. The team traveled to Peru to find this temple and unravel its secrets. They made their way through the jungle, explored ancient ruins, and avoided traps set to protect the temple. Finally, they reached their goal. In the depths of the temple, they found a place where they needed to insert the Key of Destiny. When they did this, a hidden door opened, leading to a dungeon filled with untold treasures. The team gathered everything they could and headed back, knowing that their lives had changed forever. They returned to their shelter, where they began to divide the spoils and plan for the future. Edgar understood that their path was full of dangers, but also knew that they had achieved incredible success. They decided to temporarily cease their operations and enjoy a well-deserved rest. But Edgar always knew that the adventures would continue, and that one day they would set out again in search of new treasures and challenges that would make them legends in the world of crime. After successfully opening the temple and obtaining the treasure, Edgar and his team decided to temporarily lay low to enjoy their success and take a break from the constant stress. However, despite the wealth and tranquility, Edgar could not get rid of the feeling that something even more grandiose awaited them ahead. One day, while in his hiding place, Edgar received a mysterious letter. The letter contained a map and several ancient documents hinting at the existence of another, much more significant artifact, the Stone of Omnipotence. This artifact, according to legend, could bestow incredible abilities and influence on its owner. Edgar was intrigued. He gathered the team and told them about the new plan. They knew that the one stone would be guarded even more strictly than anything they had encountered before. However, the idea of obtaining an artifact that could change the balance of power in their favor was too tempting to ignore. The first step was to find out exactly where the artifact was. According to documents, it was hidden in an ancient monastery, lost in the mountains of Tibet. Edgar knew that the path there would be difficult and full of dangers, but he was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. The team began to prepare for the expedition. They purchased special equipment to survive in extreme conditions and hired local guides who could help them get to the monastery. Edgar also found an old friend, an archaeology professor, who agreed to accompany them and help with the interpretation of ancient texts and traps. The journey began with a flight to Nepal, from where the team went to the mountains. They passed through difficult passes, snowstorms, and narrow paths full of dangers. From time to time, they had to stop and recuperate in local villages, where they also tried to gather more information about the monastery and its defenses. As they approached their goal, they began to encounter difficulties. One of the guides, having heard legends about the monastery, refused to go further, claiming that this place was cursed. The team decided to continue on their own, relying on the maps and knowledge of the professor. When they finally reached the monastery, a majestic sight opened before them. Ancient walls, decorated with mysterious symbols, towered above the snowy peaks. There was silence inside the monastery, but the presence of something ancient and powerful was felt. Edgar and his team began to explore the monastery, finding ancient manuscripts and signs indicating the location of the omnipotent stone. But the further they moved, the more they realized that the monastery was filled with traps and defense mechanisms. One day, while making their way along a dark corridor, they activated one of the traps. A series of destruction began, and the team was divided. Edgar and Marcus were in one part of the monastery, while Elizabeth and the professor were trapped in another. Edgar realized they needed to act quickly. He and Marcus began to look for a way to get to the central hall, where, in their opinion, the artifact should be located. During this time, Jacob, connected via satellite phone, tried to help them by giving directions based on maps and documents. In the central hall of the monastery, they finally found the Stone of Omnipotence installed on the altar. But as soon as they approached him, the defenders of the monastery appeared, monks with incredible fighting skills. A fierce battle began. Edgar and Marcus fought the monks using all their skills and experience. At this time, Elizabeth and the professor were finally able to get out of the trap and join the fight. Together, they managed to defeat the defenders and take the Stone of Omnipotence. When the team got out of the monastery, they realized that their path would now become even more dangerous. The artifact was not only valuable, but also incredibly powerful, attracting the attention of many forces who would like to take possession of it. Edgar and his team returned to their hideout, knowing that their lives had changed forever. They began to explore the possibilities that the One Stone could give them and prepare for new challenges. They knew that now not only enemies awaited them, but also new incredible adventures that would make them legends. After obtaining the One Stone, Edgar and his team knew that they had attracted the attention of the most powerful organizations in the world. For several months they carefully hid, moving from one shelter to another, avoiding any trace that could lead to their capture. However, the FBI and Interpol were not asleep. The FBI created a special team consisting of the best agents and analysts to catch Edgar and his team. They studied their every move, analyzed past robberies, and used the latest technology to track them. One of the agents, Jonathan Hayes, had a personal interest in the case, as his brother was killed in one of the robberies associated with Edgar. Hayes knew that to catch Edgar, he had to think like him. He began by analyzing their recent movements and suggested that the team could use old contacts for cover. The FBI soon managed to locate one of Edgar's secret bases in Europe, where they found traces leading to the next hideout in Asia. Edgar and his team felt that they were being pursued, but could not understand how close their enemies were. One night, while they were holed up in Hong Kong, Jacob discovered strange online activity. He realized that their location had been revealed and reported this to Edgar. The team quickly gathered and decided to change cover, but the FBI was already on the way. Hayes and his group surrounded the building, preparing to take over. A tense game of cat and mouse began. Edgar, realizing that they only had a few minutes, gave the command for an emergency evacuation. They used secret passages and loopholes to escape from the surrounded building, but Hayes and his team were ready. A shootout ensued, and Marcus was wounded. Edgar, despite the danger, could not leave his friend and ordered Jacob and Elizabeth to continue their escape while he and Marcus apprehended the agents. Edgar and Marcus fired back, trying to gain time, but the forces were unequal. Ultimately, Hayes personally captured Edgar, handcuffing him. Marcus, despite his wounds, was also captured. Jacob and Elizabeth managed to escape, but they knew that their leader was now in the hands of the FBI. Edgar was taken to a secret prison for interrogation. Hayes, feeling a personal victory, began interrogating Edgar himself, trying to find out the whereabouts of the One Stone and the rest of the team. Edgar understood that any of his words could lead to their capture and decided to remain silent. But Hayes was persistent. He used all possible methods of pressure, but Edgar remained unshaken. During this time, Jacob and Elizabeth began to develop a plan to rescue their leader. They knew that Edgar would not give up and would be willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the team. A few weeks later, Jacob managed to hack the prison's security systems and obtain plans for the building. Elizabeth contacted Professor Morrison, who helped them with logistics and developing an escape plan. They assembled a team willing to risk everything to save Edgar. At night, when security was at a minimum, Jacob and Elizabeth entered the prison. They turned off surveillance cameras and opened escape routes. Having found Edgar in one of the cells, they freed him and began to retreat. But Hayes was alert. He noticed strange activity in the system and raised the alarm. A shootout began. The team managed to break through, but the price was high. Professor Morrison, covering their retreat, was mortally wounded. Edgar, despite the pain of loss, knew that they must continue. They returned to their shelter, realizing that now their path would be even more dangerous. Edgar decided that they needed to temporarily stop their activities and go into hiding to rework their strategy. They knew that Hayes would not stop and would pursue them to the end. Edgar and his team, despite all the difficulties, continued to fight for their survival and freedom. Their story did not end, but they knew that every new challenge makes them stronger and closer to their goal. Following Edgar's dramatic escape from prison, the FBI intensified its efforts to capture his entire crew. Agent Jonathan Hayes knew they had taken a huge step by freeing Edgar, but he also knew that it had weakened them and given the FBI important leads to follow up on. The FBI began to actively use the latest technology and resources to track Jacob, Elizabeth, and Marcus. They studied their every move, using satellite reconnaissance, wiretapping, and criminal informants. Hayes knew that patience and detailed analysis would help them eventually catch the entire gang. One day, during one of the communication sessions between Jacob and Edgar, the FBI managed to break the encryption of their messages. They learned that the team planned to meet in an abandoned industrial complex on the outskirts of the city to discuss next steps and relocation. Hayes developed a detailed plan to capture the entire team. He knew they would be armed and dangerous, so he prepared a special capture team consisting of the most experienced agents and counterterrorism specialists. The day of the operation arrived. Edgar's team gathered at the designated location, unaware that their location was already known to the FBI. Edgar, Jacob, Elizabeth, and Marcus were discussing plans when the building was suddenly surrounded by commandos. Hayes, observing the operation from the command center, gave the command to seize. FBI agents stormed the building using tear gas and stun grenades. A fierce firefight began. Edgar's team fought desperately, knowing that this could be their last fight. Jacob attempted to hack the building's security system to open an escape route, but was shot in the arm and was unable to continue. Elizabeth, covering her comrades, was seriously wounded, but continued to fire, giving the team a chance to retreat. Marcus, using his combat skills, provided cover, but the forces were unequal. In the end, the FBI managed to corner them. Edgar, realizing that they had no choice, decided to surrender in order to save his comrades from certain death. When the commandos burst into the last refuge, they found the team surrounded by the remains of ammunition and wounded comrades. Edgar stepped forward with his hands raised, ordering the others to do the same. Hayes personally handcuffed him, feeling the bitterness of victory and loss. Edgar's entire team was arrested and taken to a secret FBI facility for questioning. Hayes knew that they had valuable knowledge and information about numerous crimes and secret artifacts, and intended to use this to completely expose them. Despite the arrest, the team remained loyal to each other. They remained silent, refusing to cooperate with the authorities. Edgar knew that their legend was not over and that perhaps one day they would find a way to break free and continue their fight. But while they were imprisoned, their story became a lesson for others. Their capture showed that even the most skilled criminals cannot escape justice forever. Hayes, feeling proud of the work done, understood that their work was not over yet and that he still had a lot of work to do in the fight against crime. In the end, Edgar and his team accepted their fate, knowing that they had done everything possible to achieve their goals. Their story became the stuff of legend, and their spirit lived on in the memories of those who knew them and admired their courage and determination. After the capture of Edgar and his team, the FBI and law enforcement agencies around the world breathed a sigh of relief. Jonathan Hayes, the lead agent, received numerous awards and recognition for successfully completing this complex case. Edgar, Jacob, Elizabeth, and Marcus were transferred to different maximum security prisons where they would spend the rest of their lives. The trials were lengthy and attracted a lot of public attention. Edgar's team did not dispute the charges but also refused to cooperate with the authorities, which only strengthened their reputation as loyal and unwavering people. Each of them received life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In prison, Edgar continued to analyze past operations and develop theoretical plans. He knew that he would never be free again, but his mind remained as sharp as before. Jacob, despite his imprisonment, continued to study new technologies and even helped the prison administration improve their security systems, remaining true to his hacker background. Elizabeth and Marcus found ways to adapt to prison life. Elizabeth began teaching languages and history to other prisoners, gaining respect for herself as a teacher. Marcus, with his military experience, was helpful in maintaining order and helping organize sporting events and training sessions. Meanwhile, Jonathan Hayes continued his work for the FBI. He understood that catching such a team was not just his merit, but also the result of the joint work of many agents and specialists. From time to time, he recalled his battle with Edgar and his team, feeling that the experience made him a better agent and person. Years have passed. The story of Edgar and his team has become a legend, a story of elusive criminals who, despite everything, remain true to their principles and to each other. Their cases were studied at police academies and schools, analyzing mistakes and successes on both sides. Edgar knew their legacy would live on. During his imprisonment, he wrote a memoir that became a bestseller, recounting his adventures, philosophy, and what it means to be a true leader. His book inspired many to study criminology and the psychology of crime. Even while behind bars, Edgar's team continued to influence the world. They have become symbols of perseverance and steadfastness, showing that even in the most difficult conditions, one can maintain dignity and faith in one's ideals. Their story reminded everyone that true strength is not freedom from bars, but the ability to remain true to yourself and your principles. no matter what. Second story of the criminal. In a small town on the outskirts of Detroit, a boy named Eric Sterling grew up. From a very young age, Eric was surrounded by the world of cars. His father worked as a mechanic at a local auto repair shop, and his mother sold parts. Every day, returning from school, Eric spent time in the garage, watching his father fix cars and telling him about every nuance of their work. Eric learned early on to understand the mechanics of cars. At the age of 10, he could already disassemble and reassemble an engine, which surprised everyone who knew him. But his interest in cars was not just a hobby. He saw motorists coming to his father complaining about car thefts, and that sparked an idea in him. Eric wanted to know how those who managed to steal cars quietly and quickly work. One day, when Eric was 12 years old, he met Tony, a local guy known for his dubious deeds. Tony was older and already had some experience in petty theft. Eric was carried away by Tony's stories about fast money and the adrenaline that you get from car thefts. At first it was just talk, but soon Eric decided to try it himself. At the age of 15, Eric stole a car for the first time. It was an old car abandoned in a parking lot that no one would notice. He carefully studied all the locks, wires, and mechanisms, and then, with a dexterity surprising for his age, he opened the lock and started the engine. This was his first experience, and he felt an incredible rush of adrenaline. Thus began his criminal career. Eric became known among local criminals as a talented car thief. He studied every new car model, learned everything about security systems, and found ways to bypass them. He soon became so skilled that he could steal cars in a matter of minutes. Eric didn't stop there. He began collaborating with larger criminal groups, offering his services to steal expensive and rare cars. This brought him not only money, but also influence in the underworld. Eric quickly realized that he could become the richest car thief in America if he acted smartly and carefully. So, from a small garage in Detroit, began the story of America's richest car thief, a man who turned his childhood hobby into a profitable and dangerous business. As a teenager, Eric Sterling became even more withdrawn. He had little interest in what worried his peers. Parties, sports, studying, all this seemed to him a waste of time. All his energy and attention were focused on cars. Eric spent hours in the garage, disassembling and reassembling engines, studying security systems, and trying new ways to pick locks. Lonely hours spent in the garage made him a true expert. He knew every car model, every security vulnerability. His technical skills far exceeded his age, and soon his knowledge began to bring him his first serious money. Eric began fulfilling orders for local criminal gangs, stealing cars to order. One of these cars was a luxury sports car, which was ordered by one of the local bosses. It was the most difficult task Eric had ever faced, but he handled it brilliantly. He prepared thoroughly, studying all possible methods of bypassing the alarm and defense mechanisms. When he finally stole that car, it was a turning point in his career. Eric became famous not only in his area, but also far beyond its borders. His name began to be recognized in criminal circles, and he was offered more serious and highly paid orders. He realized that his passion for cars could lead him to wealth and power. However, his isolation did not disappear. He preferred to work alone, avoiding unnecessary contacts and connections. He had no friends except his mechanical friends, machines. Eric found his solace in solitude, surrounded by the noise of engines and the smell of oil. He continued to improve, studying new technologies and methods of protection in order to always be one step ahead of his competitors. But even in his closed world, those who would like to use his talents for their own purposes began to appear. Eric realized that the world he had entered was not only lucrative, but also dangerous. He had to be not only smart and technically savvy, but also careful to avoid the pitfalls and betrayals that inevitably accompanied his path to the top. Eric continued to delve into the world of automotive technology while simultaneously avoiding unnecessary attention. His skill in thefts became legendary, and soon not only local gangs but also large crime syndicates from other cities began to turn to him. They offered Eric huge sums of money to steal the most protected and expensive cars. One day, Eric received an order to steal a limousine that belonged to a famous politician. It was not just a car, but a whole fortress on wheels, stuffed with the latest security systems. Eric realized that this work would be incredibly difficult, but the rewards for it were enormous. He agreed, realizing that this assignment would test his abilities and perhaps the most dangerous undertaking of his career. Eric prepared thoroughly. He studied all available data about the limousine, found weaknesses in the security system, and developed a plan to steal it. That night, when everything was ready, he got down to business. The limousine was parked in a secure parking lot surrounded by cameras and armed guards. Eric acted quickly and accurately. He managed to disable the alarm and get into the car unnoticed. However, when he was already on his way to a safe place, he was noticed. The chase began. Eric was in his element. His adrenaline was pumping. He demonstrated incredible driving skills while escaping pursuit. But the police and security guards did not lag behind. He had to use all his knowledge and skills to escape. This chase became a turning point in his life. Eric realized that his skills were attracting too much attention. He needed to change his approach in order to continue his activities and not get caught. He decided to act even more carefully, avoiding risky operations and cooperation with untrusted people. Eric began working on creating a network of reliable contacts and connections. He found several talented mechanics and hackers who could help him in his business. They became his team, although he was still in charge and made all the important decisions. His new strategy began to bear fruit. He continued to steal the most expensive cars, but now he did it with even greater care and thoroughness. Rumors of his incredible exploits continued to spread, and Eric Sterling became a legend in the criminal world. But he always remembered that a mistake could cost him everything. Therefore, he continued to improve, learn new things, and stay one step ahead of his enemies and competitors. Over the years, Eric Sterling continued to increase his wealth and influence. His skills became more and more refined, and his team of dedicated professionals became more and more united. Together they carried out theft after theft, avoiding the attention of the police and competitors. However, Eric knew that in his business he could not stop there. Automotive technology was evolving, safety systems were becoming more complex, and he had to keep up with the times. He began investing significant sums in the latest hacking equipment and software, as well as in training his people. One of the most valuable acquisitions was a hacker named Liam. Liam was a young but incredibly talented cybersecurity specialist who could hack any system. His skills allowed Eric to gain access to machines that previously seemed impenetrable. Liam soon became Eric's right-hand man, and their work together began to produce incredible results. One day, Eric received an offer that was difficult to refuse. A prominent businessman, known for his dubious dealings, offered Eric to steal a unique collector's car, which was in a private museum protected by the best security systems. The reward for successfully completing the task was astronomical, but the risk was no less high. Eric knew that such a task would require careful preparation. He and Liam started by researching everything they could about the museum and its security system. They found that the security system included not only modern cameras and sensors, but also guards trained to respond to any threats. On the night of the operation, Eric, Liam, and the rest of the team were ready for action. Liam hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms for several minutes. This time was enough for Eric to get inside the museum and get to the desired car. But the situation became more complicated when one of the security guards noticed the violation. The alarm was raised in the museum, and security guards began combing the area. Eric acted quickly and calmly. He started the car and headed for the exit, but the guards were already on his tail. Liam remained at the computer and guided Eric, hacking traffic cameras and traffic light control systems to help him escape. Eric rushed through the night streets, escaping from pursuit. Thanks to the well-coordinated work of the team and his skill, he managed to escape. The car was delivered to the customer, and Eric received his reward. This operation further cemented his reputation as the most skilled auto thief in America. However, with each successful case, Eric felt increasing tension. He knew that his activities were attracting more and more attention, not only from the police, but also from other criminal elements. He realized that one mistake could cost him everything. So he continued to stay one step ahead, constantly improving his skills and improving his equipment to remain elusive. Eric felt that his activities were becoming increasingly dangerous. Despite his skill and caution, the number of enemies and envious people grew. Police departments in several states began joining forces to catch him, and rival criminal gangs tried to find ways to get him out of the way. One evening, Eric received an alarming text from Liam. The hacker discovered that several groups had teamed up to eliminate him. This news alarmed Eric. He knew that now his life and the lives of his team were in real danger. He decided that action needed to be taken. Eric gathered his team in a secret meeting. He laid out a plan for them. They were to disappear from view for a while, go into the shadows to avoid direct confrontation with enemies and the police. The team agreed, realizing that this was the only way to survive. They moved into an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city and began preparations for the next stage. Eric knew they needed to change strategy. He decided that they should focus on less risky but more profitable businesses, and also invest in legitimate businesses to launder money and provide cover for themselves. During this time, Eric met an entrepreneur named Richard. Richard was the owner of a chain of auto repair shops and had extensive connections in the automotive industry. Eric offered him a partnership. He would provide rare and expensive cars, and Richard would legalize and sell them. It was a good deal for both of them. With Richard's help, Eric began to legalize his business. They opened several new auto repair shops, which quickly became popular due to their high-quality service and unique cars. This gave Eric the opportunity to hide his criminal activities behind the facade of a legitimate business. However, even in a new, safer position, Eric did not forget about his enemies. He began to implement security systems not only in his workshops, but also in his personal life. His house was equipped with the best security systems, and his movements became carefully planned and hidden. Despite all efforts, the enemies did not give up trying to find him. One day, returning home late at night, Eric noticed that he was being followed. He immediately contacted Liam, who helped him escape by hacking the security cameras and turning off the streetlights at the right time. Eric realized that his life would never be calm as long as he continued his activities. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but Eric was ready for them. He knew that the path he had chosen left no room for weakness or mistakes. His skills, experience, and team were his only weapons in this endless confrontation with enemies and the law. Time passed, and Eric Sterling continued to balance on the line between legal business and criminal activity. His workshops flourished, attracting the attention of not only car enthusiasts, but also potential buyers of rare cars. But despite his outward prosperity, Eric knew that his enemies were not giving up trying to catch him. One day, an old acquaintance from his criminal past came to see Eric. It was Vince, a former partner with whom they had once started their journey in car theft. Vince offered Eric a business that could make a lot of money, but was also extremely risky. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare cars from a private museum on the other side of the country. Eric understood that this case could be their last. He knew that if they succeeded, they would earn enough money to leave the criminal world forever. But if they fail, it will be the end. However, the thirst for adrenaline and challenge made him agree. Eric began to prepare for the operation. He and Liam carefully studied the museum's layout, security system, and possible escape routes. They brought in the best people on their team to ensure everything went flawlessly. Eric personally reviewed every step of the plan to ensure everything was in place. The night of the operation was tense. Eric and his team infiltrated the museum using equipment that allowed them to disable the alarms and cameras. Liam, while at the base, controlled all security systems, providing Eric and his people with up-to-date information about the movements of the guards. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed them. A firefight broke out and the team was in danger. Eric, despite the chaos, remained calm and led the team to the exit. They managed to capture several of the most valuable cars and, evading security, escaped from the museum. The chase through the night streets was fast and dangerous. Liam, by hacking traffic lights and blocking roads, helped Eric and his team escape pursuit. When they finally reached the previously prepared shelter, the tension subsided. Eric understood that this was the most difficult thing in his life, but they did it. These cars became their ticket to a new life. Eric and his team decided to go into the shadows and focus on legal business. They opened several new workshops in different cities, starting a new, quieter life. But Eric knew that his past would always be a shadow over his head. Despite his success and wealth, Eric did not forget about those who still wanted to catch him. He continued to live by the mantra of always one step ahead by maintaining his skills and security systems at the highest level. His story became a legend in criminal circles, but Eric himself sought to ensure that his name was no longer mentioned in the context of crimes. So continued the life of America's richest car thief, who, despite all the difficulties and dangers, managed not only to survive, but also to build an empire, hiding in plain sight. Despite their successful museum heist and move into legitimate business, Eric Sterling remained on guard. His workshops flourished, bringing in a stable income, and it seemed to him that he had finally found a way to live in peace, without fear for his life. But the past did not let him go so easily. One day, while Eric was checking out a new batch of cars, an alarming message arrived from Liam. He discovered that someone was actively interested in their affairs and was trying to penetrate their security systems. Liam was sure that this was not the police, but one of the criminal groups who wanted to eliminate Eric. Eric knew they had to act quickly and decisively. He gathered the team and discussed a plan of action. They decided to temporarily evacuate all valuable assets and prepare a shelter in case of attack. Liam continued to monitor the situation, trying to figure out the source of the threat. A few days later, the threat materialized. A group of armed men burst into one of the workshops, demanding information about Eric's whereabouts. The security, trained for such situations, was able to hold them off until the police arrived, but Eric realized that the game was becoming too dangerous. Eric decided to meet with the leader of the group that was hunting him. He set up a meeting on neutral territory, hoping to find a way to reach an agreement. Julian Black, the leader of a criminal gang known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, came to the meeting. The conversation was tense. Julian wanted to take a share of Eric's business and use his workshops to launder money. Eric realized that it was impossible to refuse, but he also did not want to become a pawn in someone else's game. He offered Julian an alternative, a joint project that would bring profit to both parties but leave Eric independent. Julian agreed, but on the condition that Eric prove his loyalty. He was tasked with stealing another unique car, but this time the task was more difficult. The car had to be stolen from one of the most influential people in the criminal world. Eric knew that refusal would have immediate consequences and decided to accept the challenge. He reassembled his team and began preparations. They developed a plan that involved breaking into a high-tech security system and conducting the operation in the utmost secrecy. On the night of the operation, Eric and his team acted as one unit. Liam hacked into systems again, giving them access and minimizing risks. Eric personally supervised the process, showing incredible composure and skill. They managed to steal a car and escape unnoticed, leaving behind only a minimum of traces. Julian was impressed, and the partnership took place. Eric received a temporary respite, but knew that his life would always be in danger. He began to invest more money in legal projects, hoping to one day completely emerge from the shadows of the criminal world. Several years passed, and Eric, despite all the difficulties, managed to maintain his position. His business flourished and he became a legend, a man who was able to go through all the challenges and emerge victorious. But deep down he knew that the path he chose would always be full of dangers and unexpected turns. Eric Sterling and his team continued their criminal activities, despite all attempts to legalize. Their workshops continued to serve as fronts for money laundering and complex car theft operations. Each operation became more and more daring and risky, but also brought in greater profits. One of the most ambitious operations was the theft of a collection of cars belonging to an international dealer known for his connections with the mafia. Eric knew it wouldn't be easy, but the potential profit was too great to pass up. He began planning the operation, carefully studying every detail. Eric and his team infiltrated the dealer's security to gain access to the floor plans and security system. Liam, their hacker, developed software that could disable the alarms and cameras long enough for them to act. Everything was ready, and the team began the operation. The night chosen for the robbery was calm. Eric and his men entered the dealer's premises using fake passes. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the guards. The car collection was magnificent, rare models worth millions of dollars. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the security guards, who turned out to be a veteran of the Secret Services, discovered the break-in. He raised the alarm and Eric's team was trapped. A shootout began, and Eric realized that they were in danger. However, thanks to quick thinking and determination, they managed to escape from the encirclement, taking several of the most valuable cars. This operation attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of rival groups. Eric realized that they needed to hide for a while and lie low. They moved to another state where they began planning their future actions. The temporary shelter allowed them to rest and consider their next steps. Eric knew that their activities had become too visible. He decided it was time to change tactics. Instead of stealing cars on demand, they began developing complex money laundering schemes through shell companies and real estate investments. This gave them the opportunity to remain in the shadows and still continue to earn huge amounts of money. Meanwhile, their competitors were not asleep. One of the groups, having learned about Eric's whereabouts, tried to eliminate him. But thanks to informants and a sophisticated security system, Eric and his team were able to prevent the assassination attempt and strike back. Eric continued to lead his empire using all his experience and knowledge. He understood that in a world where every day could be your last, the main thing is to stay one step ahead. And although his life was full of dangers, he was not going to retreat. After all, for him and his team, this was the only way to success and survival in the cruel world of crime. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, carefully balancing risk and reward. Their reputation grew, and they became known as the most professional and elusive car thieves in America. With each successful undertaking, their influence expanded and their wealth increased. One day, when they were discussing another large order, Eric received information about the possibility of robbing a convoy transporting rare cars for auction. The convoy was heavily guarded, and the robbery required not only skill, but also impeccable coordination. Eric realized that this business could be the most risky in their careers, but also the most profitable. The team began preparations. Liam took it upon himself to hack the convoy's monitoring system in order to control its route and the movements of the guards. Eric, along with several henchmen, developed an attack plan that included diversions and false leads to confuse the police and security. The day of the operation arrived. The convoy moved along the highway surrounded by armed guards. At some point, Liam hacked into the convoy's communication system, sending a false message about an accident ahead. Security slowed down, giving Eric's team the opportunity to act. Eric and his men rushed into the convoy in several fast SUVs, blocking it on both sides. They acted quickly and decisively, neutralizing the guards and seizing vehicles. However, when they were already finishing the operation, additional security forces arrived at them which were not in the original plan. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded, and the chances of a successful completion of the operation were decreasing with each passing second. But thanks to composure and tactical skill, they managed to escape from the encirclement, leaving some of the cars behind, but preserving the most valuable pieces. This operation brought them not only huge profits, but also attracted even more attention from law enforcement agencies. Eric realized that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the difficulties, Eric and his team continued to remain at the top of the criminal world. Their name has become synonymous with risk and audacity, but also with skill and professionalism. Eric knew that every new day could bring new challenges, but he was ready for them because there was no other way for him and his team. So continued the life of America's richest and most dangerous car thief, a man who turned crime into an art and managed to survive in a world where every decision could be his last. Despite their success and continuous increase in capital, Eric realized that their actions were attracting more and more attention. He decided it was time to expand his activities and go international. In this regard, he could be helped by an old connection in Europe, a French crime boss named René Duval. Eric contacted René and offered him cooperation. René was interested in the opportunities that such a partnership could provide. Together, they developed a plan to steal a unique collection of cars on display in Monaco. This was one of the most prestigious automotive events in the world, and the success of the operation could bring not only huge amounts of money, but also recognition in the international criminal arena. Eric and his team headed to Monaco, where new challenges awaited them. They reviewed the building layout, security diagrams, and event schedule. Liam hacked the security systems to give them access to the cars without raising an alarm. The day of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the exhibition area under the guise of personnel responsible for car maintenance. They acted quickly and smoothly, disarming alarm systems and taking control of cars. But suddenly, their plans were thwarted by the appearance of private security hired by the owner of the collection. Eric realized they needed to act immediately. He gave the command, and they began to evacuate the cars while the guards tried to understand what was happening. A tense chase began through the streets of Monaco. Eric and his team used all their skills to escape their pursuers. They managed to escape, but the cost was high. One of the team members, a young mechanic named Tony, was seriously wounded. Eric decided that after this operation they needed to lay low and lick their wounds. They hid in a small Italian town where neither the police nor their competitors could find them. Eric knew their lives would never be safe, but for him and his team, it was part of the game. They continued to operate in the shadows, always ready for new challenges. Eric Sterling remained a legend in the criminal world, an elusive and fearless thief whose name evoked fear and respect. His path was full of dangers, but he was not going to stop, because for him, crime had become a way of life. In Mexico, Eric and his team found temporary shelter but were not about to relax. Carlos provided them with a secure base and resources, and Eric began planning his next operation. This time the goal was more ambitious: to steal a shipment of cars destined for the largest drug cartel in Latin America. This operation could bring incredible money, but the risk was maximum. Eric began by carefully studying the routes and security, using his contacts and information from Carlos. Liam began hacking surveillance and communication systems to give the team an advantage. The plan was complex down to the smallest detail, taking into account all possible scenarios. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team, disguised as security guards, entered the warehouse where the cars were stored. Their task was not only to steal cars, but also to do it in such a way as not to leave traces indicating their intervention. Everything went according to plan until one of the drug dealers became suspicious and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to remove some of the cars but encountered strong resistance. Liam, while at the base, provided support by hacking into surveillance systems and disabling security protocols. When they finally escaped the warehouse and reached safety, Eric realized that they had attracted the attention of not only the cartel, but also international law enforcement. It was a game of survival, and they had to act quickly and decisively to stay out of their enemy's reach. Carlos, impressed by their courage and skill, offered to help Eric and his team in hiding and planning new operations. They decided to hide for a while and develop new ways to make money so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, in the United States, police and the FBI joined forces to find and apprehend Eric Sterling. Their photographs and names appeared on the most wanted lists. But Eric knew that there was no peace in the world of crime and continued to make plans for the future. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new business that could change their lives. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare and unique cars from a private museum in England. Eric understood that this business could become not only the most profitable, but also the most difficult in their careers. Preparation for the operation took several months. Eric and his team carefully studied the museum, its security system and security. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they infiltrated the museum using their knowledge and skills. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, one of the backup security systems went off and the museum was locked down. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous. But for them, it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward, despite all obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in England, Eric and his team returned to Mexico to assess the situation and develop new plans. Their reputation in the criminal world continued to grow, but the risks also increased. Eric understood that every new step must be carefully thought out and weighed. Carlos, seeing Eric's success, proposed expanding their cooperation. He proposed organizing a network for the theft and sale of cars that would cover several countries. This would allow them to receive a stable income and diversify risks. Eric agreed, and they began working on creating this network. Eric assembled a team of the most reliable and trusted people. They created a database containing information about expensive and rare cars that could be stolen and resold. Liam developed a tracking and hacking system that would allow them to act quickly and undetected. One of the first major operations within the new network was planned in Miami. The city was to host an exhibition of expensive cars, which attracted collectors from all over the world. Eric and his team decided to take this opportunity to steal some cars straight from the show. Preparations for the operation were thorough. Liam hacked the fairground security system and gained access to the security schedule. The team developed a plan that included using fake passes and documents. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, an unforeseen circumstance arose. One of the security officers noticed suspicious behavior and called the police. Eric realized that the situation was becoming critical. He decided to act quickly and decisively. The team began stealing cars while simultaneously diverting the attention of security and police. Panic set in, and exhibition visitors began to run away. In the chaos, Eric and his team managed to steal some of the most valuable cars and escape the scene. This operation was risky, but successful. The cars were taken to a secret base where they were prepared for sale. Eric knew that they had attracted attention, but also made a lot of money. He decided to go into hiding temporarily to avoid persecution and develop new plans. Eric and his team spent several weeks in hiding, analyzing the situation and planning new operations. They understood that each new case must be prepared even more carefully in order to avoid mistakes and minimize risks. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new goal: to steal a collection of rare cars from one of the most influential mafiosi in Italy. This case was not only difficult, but also extremely dangerous. Eric understood that failure could cost them their lives, but success would bring incredible money and influence. Preparations for the operation in Italy took several months. Eric and his team studied all the details: security routes, security systems, possible escape routes. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they entered the territory of the mafia, using their knowledge and skills. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly one of the backup security systems worked and the area was blocked. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous, but for them it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward despite all obstacles and threats. Eric and his team returned from Italy with a sense of triumph. They successfully completed one of the riskiest operations of their careers, and their reputation in the criminal world reached new heights. But along with this, the threats also grew. Eric knew that now they had to act even more carefully to avoid persecution and elimination. They spent several weeks in hiding, assessing their next steps. Liam continued to monitor their safety, hacking into surveillance and communication systems to avoid detection. Carlos suggested that they temporarily stop large operations and focus on smaller but stable sources of income. However, the calm did not last long. One evening, Liam discovered disturbing activity in their security systems. It turned out that one of the rival groups, having learned about their successes, decided to eliminate Eric and his team in order to take over their business. There was no time to prepare, and Eric realized that he needed to act immediately. They prepared their hideout for defense and contacted Carlos, who sent his men to help. On the night when an attack was imminent, Eric and his team prepared for battle. An enemy group burst into the territory and a fierce firefight began. Eric led the defense with composure and strategic thinking. The battle lasted several hours, but with preparation and determination, Eric's team was able to repel the attack. The enemies suffered heavy losses and retreated, realizing that they were faced with a serious enemy. However, Eric knew that this was just the beginning and that they urgently needed to change their location and begin strengthening their positions. After the attack, Eric and his team decided to leave Mexico and move to a safer place. They chose England, where they hoped to lay low and find new opportunities for their business. In England, they met Eric's old friend Michael, who had extensive connections in the criminal world and offered to help. Michael helped them settle in and organize new operations. Eric decided that they now needed to focus on more sophisticated money laundering schemes and the use of new technologies for theft. They began working on creating fake companies through which they could legalize their income. One of these projects was the opening of a network of auto repair shops specializing in rare and expensive cars. This gave them the opportunity not only to earn money, but also to have access to the latest car models that could be used for theft. Liam continued to develop his cybersecurity skills by securing operations and breaching systems. Soon their business in England began to generate stable income. They were able to strengthen their positions and protect themselves from attacks by competitors. But Eric knew that calm could be deceptive and was always ready for new challenges. Despite all the dangers and threats, Eric continued to move forward, using his skills and experience to achieve success. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. Eric Sterling and his team settled in England, strengthening their position and developing new business methods. Their networks of auto repair shops became popular among wealthy clients, and this gave them the opportunity to legalize part of their income. But Eric knew that to maintain their criminal empire, it was necessary to constantly be one step ahead. One day, Eric received an offer that he could not ignore. One of Europe's largest rare car dealers needed the services of Eric's team for a theft operation he called Operation Ghost. The target was a collection of cars belonging to a Saudi prince located in his mansion in Switzerland. It was an extremely difficult and risky undertaking, but the reward was enormous. Eric knew that such an operation would require impeccable planning and precision. He assembled a team and began preparations. Liam began studying the mansion's security system using his hacking skills. The team developed a plan that included infiltrating the mansion, disarming the guards, and hacking the security systems. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the mansion using forged documents and special devices to disable the alarm. Everything was going according to plan until one of the security guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Eric understood that now every second counts. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team acted calmly and professionally, neutralizing the guards and continuing to move towards their goal. They were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the encirclement, despite the active resistance of the guards. When they finally reached a safe location, Eric realized that their actions had attracted the attention of not only the authorities, but also international criminal organizations. They decided to temporarily hide and analyze the situation. Carlos, who continued to support them, offered shelter in one of his safe houses in southern Spain. In Spain, they began to develop new plans and strategies. Eric realized that they needed to become even more sophisticated in their methods to stay out of the reach of their enemies and the police. They began investing in the latest technology and hiring the best cybersecurity and hacking experts. However, the calm did not last long. One of the competitors, having learned about their successful operation, decided to strike first. They staged an assassination attempt on Eric in an attempt to eliminate him and take over his business. But Eric, thanks to his intuition and preparation, was able to avoid the attack and organize a counterattack. As a result of the counterattack, Eric's team was able to not only repel the threat, but also destroy the competitor's base, strengthening its position in Europe. Eric realized that they were now playing on the international stage, and the stakes had become even higher. He began to look for new opportunities to expand his business. They decided to open branches of their auto repair shops in other European countries, using them as a cover for their operations. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing security and hacking into enemy systems. Eric Sterling and his team settled in the south of Spain, strengthening their position and expanding their operations. They opened branches of their auto repair shops throughout Europe, creating a cover network for their criminal activities. Each successful operation strengthened their reputation, but also increased attention from authorities and competitors. One day, Eric received an offer that could significantly change their situation. One of the influential crime bosses in Russia, named Ivan Kovalsky, offered cooperation. He needed the services of Eric's team to steal a batch of cars that were seized during criminal showdowns in Moscow. This business was not only risky, but also extremely profitable. Eric understood that such cooperation could open up new horizons for their activities, but also carries enormous risks. He decided to accept the offer and began preparations. Liam began researching the security system, and Eric contacted local contacts to obtain the necessary information. The operation in Moscow was carefully planned. Eric and his team arrived in the city disguised as tourists and began preparations. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security and police. The team developed a plan that involved using fake documents and devices to disable the alarms. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the territory where the captured cars were stored. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, one of the rival criminal leaders appeared and decided to interfere with their business. A fierce firefight began and the situation became critical. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. They were able to neutralize the enemy and continue the operation. The carjacking was successful and they managed to flee the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported across the border and taken to a safe place. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also respect from Ivan Kovalsky. As a sign of gratitude and recognition, he offered Eric ongoing cooperation and access to his resources. This opened up new opportunities for Eric's team, allowing them to expand their activities and strengthen their position on the international stage. However, as influence grew, so did threats. Eric knew that now, their enemies would be even more persistent and dangerous. He began strengthening his security posture by investing in the latest technology and hiring top talent. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing protection and oversight of all operations. Despite constant threats, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. One day, Eric received information that one of his old enemies, whom he once crossed, was preparing a large-scale attack. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling and his team gathered in a luxurious garage filled with expensive cars. The garage was dimly lit, which added mystery and tension to what was happening. On the table in front of them lay drawings and photographs related to their next operation. Eric was focused and calculating. He studied the plans carefully, developing a strategy. Liam, their tech genius, sat at his laptop, checking security systems and preparing all the necessary hacking tools. Jason, the team's strongman, was preparing equipment that might be needed to physically enter the facility. Maria, a driving expert, checked the condition of the cars and prepared them for use. The team knew that their Russian partners were becoming increasingly impatient. The last operation in Moscow was successful, but this only fueled the interest and demands of their new allies. Eric knew they needed to act quickly and decisively to meet their expectations and maintain their influence. The target of the new operation was a large, rare car dealer located in central London. Eric and his team carefully studied the building's security system, security routes, and possible escape routes. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security guards and police. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the territory under the guise of security officers. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the security. But everything went wrong when one of the employees noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. Despite active resistance, they were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the scene. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from competitors and authorities. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the dangers, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in London, Eric Sterling and his team have many new enemies. Rival gangs and crime syndicates, jealous of Eric's success, decided to eliminate him and take over his business. This put the team in a very dangerous position. Eric understood that his life and the lives of his team were in danger. He began strengthening his defenses by investing in the latest security systems and hiring additional security personnel. However, the enemies did not sleep. They began to watch Eric's every move, trying to find weak points. One night, while Eric and his team were working in the garage, their property was attacked. Enemies used drones and modern technology to infiltrate and attack the area. A fierce firefight began, but thanks to a well-organized defense system and the professionalism of the team, they managed to repel the attack. Eric realized that they urgently needed to change their location. He decided to move his base to a safer place, away from his enemies. They chose one of Carlos's safe houses in southern Spain, which was well protected and had everything they needed to continue their activities. The move went quickly and without complications. In a new location, Eric began to develop a plan to neutralize his enemies. He understood that he needed to act decisively and quickly to eliminate the threat once and for all. Liam continued to monitor all security systems, preparing for new attacks. Meanwhile, Eric collected information about his enemies. He learned that a large criminal group from Eastern Europe was behind the attack, which wanted to take over his business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike to show that he was not going to give up. He developed a complex plan to infiltrate enemy territory and destroy their base. The team began preparations, carefully studying all the details of the operation. On the night the plan was to be carried out, Eric and his men infiltrated enemy territory using their skills and technology. Operation was successfully completed. They were able to destroy the enemy base and deal a serious blow to their forces. This gave Eric and his team a temporary break and the opportunity to focus on their business. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew the threats were still there. Enemies will continue to try to destroy him, and he needs to always be one step ahead. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to preserve his empire and protect his crew. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. Each new day brought new dangers, but for him and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, but they knew they needed to take even bolder steps to stay on top. One day, Eric learned about a wealthy businessman named Viktor Lavrov, famous for his collection of rare cars stored in his private residence in Switzerland. This collection could be the most valuable prize of their careers. Eric decided it was time to act. He gathered his team and began to develop a robbery plan. Liam hacked the security system of Lavrov's residence to gain access to the building's plans and security routes. Jason and Maria carefully studied all possible entry and exit routes to be prepared for any eventuality. This operation required the utmost care and careful preparation. Eric's team spent several weeks preparing for this case. They studied security schedules, used drones to monitor the area, and prepared fake documents to gain access inside. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the residence using their skills and knowledge. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to disable the cameras and alarms for the required amount of time. Jason and Maria made their way inside, neutralizing the guards and opening access to the garage where the cars were stored. When they got to the garage, the rarest and most expensive cars appeared before them. The team began to act quickly and smoothly, loading the vehicles onto specially prepared trucks. However, things did not go according to plan when one of the guards, despite all precautions, noticed them and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation, but thanks to their preparation and composure, they were able to repel the attack and continue the operation. They managed to load several of the most valuable vehicles and flee the scene before reinforcements arrived. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also new attention from authorities and competitors. Eric understood that they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. His criminal empire grew, but so did the threats that required maximum concentration and determination. Eric Sterling and his team successfully completed the operation to steal Viktor Lavrov's cars. Now in possession of valuable cars, they had to focus on legalizing their loot and evading law enforcement. A few days later, they moved to a new secure base in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were carefully dismantled and moved to various parts of Europe to confuse any attempts to trace them. However, despite all the precautions, Eric knew that their actions would not go unnoticed. The enemies were not asleep, and competing factions were preparing new attacks. Eric decided to strengthen his position and develop a plan to neutralize the main threats. One day, while exploring new opportunities for his team, Eric received information about a large shipment of exclusive cars that was scheduled to arrive at the port of Genoa, Italy. These cars belonged to a famous businessman and could fetch incredible amounts of money if they could be stolen and sold on the black market. Eric and his team began carefully planning the operation. Liam hacked the port's security systems to gain access to security schedules and routes. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. Eric, as always, thought through every step carefully. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the port using fake passes and special devices to disable the alarms. They acted quickly and decisively, loading cars onto trucks. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the guards accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to steal several of the most valuable cars and fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. One day, Eric received a message that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning to take over their business. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling, the leader of an elusive gang of car thieves, knew that after the latest operation in Italy, their criminal empire had reached its peak. Together with Liam, Jason, and Maria, he developed new plans aimed at strengthening their position and protecting them from competitors. A few weeks after a successful theft in the port of Genoa, Eric received information that a certain businessman, Antonio Ricci, had a collection of exclusive cars stored in his private residence on the shores of Lake Como. It was an ideal target for the next operation. Eric and his team began preparations. Liam began hacking the mansion's security system. Jason and Maria checked all possible entry and exit routes, and Eric thought through strategy and coordination of actions. They knew that this time they had to act extremely carefully because the enemies were not asleep. On the night of the operation, the team entered the mansion using fake documents and technical devices to disable the alarm. They moved quietly and quickly, avoiding cameras and security patrols. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed Jason and raised the alarm. The situation became tense. Eric, without losing his cool, quickly got his bearings and gave the team instructions. They continued the operation despite the alarm being raised. Liam, using his skills, temporarily disabled the surveillance system, giving them precious time to complete the hijacking. The shootout in the mansion's garage was short but fierce. Eric's team, with their training and skill, was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. After the successful hijacking, they headed to their hideout in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were dismantled and transported to different parts of Europe for subsequent sale. Eric realized that each operation was attracting more and more attention and decided to temporarily reduce activity in order to focus on strengthening his base and protecting himself from competitors. Despite all the precautions, the tension did not subside. Competitors and enemies were looking for ways to eliminate Eric and take over his business. He knew that he had to always be one step ahead. Together with the team, they developed new strategies and strengthened security systems in preparation for possible attacks. Eric began actively working to expand his legal business. They opened new auto repair shops and invested money in real estate to legalize part of their income and create a cover for their operations. This allowed them not only to maintain, but also to increase their influence in the criminal world. Meanwhile, Eric received information that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning an attack on their base. He realized that he needed to act quickly and decisively. The team developed a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. On the night of the operation, they entered enemy territory using their skills and technical devices. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. After a successful operation in Paris, Eric Sterling and his team decided to temporarily lay low. They moved to a safe house in southern Spain, strengthened their base, and began to develop new plans. Eric understood that their latest operation had attracted the attention of not only competitors, but also international law enforcement agencies. He knew that to preserve his empire, he had to act carefully and strategically. A few weeks later, Eric learned about a major automobile exhibition in Paris, where several unique cars were to be presented. It was the perfect target for their next operation. Eric began preparations by tasking Liam with hacking into the exhibition center's security system to gain access to the security plans. On the night of the exhibition, using fake documents and equipment, the team entered the exhibition center. They acted quietly and smoothly, bypassing surveillance cameras and turning off alarms. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the visitors accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. The situation has become dramatically more complicated. Eric instructed the team to continue the operation despite the alarm being raised. They began stealing cars using a temporarily disabled surveillance system, which gave them time to complete the theft. The firefight was short but fierce. Eric's team was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene before reinforcements arrived. After the operation, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the legalization and sale of cars. But the attention from the authorities and competitors did not subside. Eric knew they needed to be even more careful to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. Eric decided to expand his activities by opening new branches of auto repair shops in other European countries. This allowed them not only to legalize part of their income, but also to create additional points for conducting operations. They have invested heavily in the latest technology and equipment to stay one step ahead of their enemies. Meanwhile, Eric learned of a new threat. One of the largest criminal groups in Eastern Europe began to take an active interest in their activities and planned to take over their business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike. He assembled a team and developed a plan to neutralize the new threat. On the night of the operation, using their skills and technical devices, the team penetrated enemy territory. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. Eric knew that the world of crime is always full of dangers, but he was ready for any challenge. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. The FBI was getting closer to exposing Eric Sterling's criminal empire. Agent Jennifer Miller, leading the investigation, scrupulously collected evidence and coordinated the actions of her team. Her goal was clear: to stop Eric and his team, despite their ability to evade justice. Eric knew the pressure was building. He felt that the FBI was on his trail and understood that now every action must be as careful and thoughtful as possible. He increased security measures, and used new technologies to remain undetected. One evening, Liam received an alarming message. The system had detected suspicious activity on their networks. After quickly analyzing the data, Liam realized that the FBI was able to hack some of their communications. Eric gathered a team, and they decided to temporarily move to another base in order to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Agent Miller and her team continued their investigation. They established surveillance of Eric's known contacts, monitored financial flows, and wiretapped telephone conversations. Each new piece of evidence brought them closer to their main goal, the arrest of Eric Sterling. Eric understood that he urgently needed to divert attention from his activities. He decided to carry out an operation to steal expensive cars from one of the largest businessmen in London, but this time, everything had to go perfectly. Liam hacked the facility's security systems. Jason and Maria prepared all the necessary equipment, and Eric developed a plan down to the smallest detail. The operation went quickly and without complications. The team was able to steal several expensive cars and escape before the police arrived. This gave them the time they needed to move and cover their tracks. The FBI was confused, but Agent Miller knew Eric wouldn't stop. Eric and his team returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the next step. They knew they had to stay one step ahead of the FBI. Eric began studying the agents' actions to predict their next move. Liam continued to work on improving the security system, introducing new methods of encryption and data protection. Meanwhile, Agent Miller has developed a plan to capture Eric. She knew that for a successful arrest, she had to catch him red-handed. The FBI team prepared an operation to establish surveillance of one of Eric's bases. They installed hidden cameras and listening devices, hoping to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. Eric, sensing the impending danger, decided to take countermeasures. He sent his men to check the area and discovered surveillance devices. This gave him time to prepare for the next step. Eric knew that to successfully evade arrest, he would have to do something drastic. He decided to fake his death to confuse the FBI and his rivals. The team prepared everything necessary for the operation, including fake documents and certificates. On the night of the staging, Eric and his team staged a fake accident, which was supposed to convince everyone of his death. Liam made sure that all traces led to fake data. Jason and Maria provided a safe haven for the entire team. After the reenactment, the FBI and Agent Miller were confused. They began an investigation, but could not find evidence that Eric had survived. This gave the team time to take a break and the opportunity to develop new strategies. Eric understood that they had gained time, but his enemies and the FBI would be looking for him again. He continued to develop new plans to stay one step ahead. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. After faking his death, Eric Sterling and his team took temporary refuge in a remote part of South America. This was the perfect place to lay low and rework your strategies. They knew that the FBI, confused, would temporarily lag behind them, but sooner or later would begin a new investigation. Eric decided that they needed to start legalizing part of their income and creating new channels for money laundering. They opened a network of auto repair shops and car dealerships in different countries of South America. This gave them not only a stable income but also a cover for their main operations. Despite his apparent death, Eric continued to monitor the actions of his enemies and law enforcement agencies. He knew Agent Miller couldn't be stopped that easily. She was smart and persistent, and sooner or later she would be on his trail again. One day, while Eric was exploring new potential targets, he received disturbing news. One of his trusted men in Europe had been caught and was now willing to testify against Eric and his team in exchange for leniency. Eric understood that if this man spoke, their entire empire could collapse. Eric decided he needed to act immediately. He sent Liam, Jason, and Maria to Europe with the task of neutralizing the threat. Liam developed a plan that involved hacking security systems and creating distractions. Jason and Maria had to neutralize the traitor and take him to neutral territory. The operation in Europe was complex and dangerous. Liam was able to access the surveillance systems and disable them for the required time. Jason and Maria entered the prison where their former colleague was being held. They acted quickly and decisively, managing to get him out before he could testify. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. She felt that the faking of Eric's death was too perfect and continued to look for clues. Her persistence led her to discover traces of Eric's team's activity in South America. Miller organized a business trip to personally lead the operation to capture them. Eric, having learned of Miller's approach, decided that they needed to hide again. He arranged for the entire team and business to move to a safer location in Southeast Asia, where they had strong connections and the ability to continue their operations. In a new place, Eric began to develop a new plan. He understood that they needed to be even more secretive and careful. Liam introduced new encryption and data protection methods, and Jason and Maria continued to work to strengthen the security of their bases. Eric also decided it was time to strike Agent Miller. He developed a disinformation plan that would confuse her and divert attention from their activities. They created false trails leading to false targets to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Miller, unaware of the trap, followed the false tracks. This gave Eric and his team time to recover and strengthen their position. They continued to develop their legal business and simultaneously planned new operations. Agent Jennifer Miller couldn't let go of Eric Sterling's case. The faking of his death seemed too perfect, and she was sure that he was still alive. Without any direct evidence, she continued to dig, hoping to find at least some thread leading to Eric. The FBI stepped up its efforts by creating a special task force to investigate Eric's team. They began to monitor all possible financial flows, suspicious transactions, and movements in the automobile industry. Miller knew that to catch Eric, she had to follow the money. One day, while analyzing financial statements, they noticed strange movements of capital through shell companies in South America and Southeast Asia. This was consistent with known money laundering techniques used by Eric and his team. Miller decided it was time to act. The FBI began cooperating with international law enforcement agencies. They conducted a series of raids on suspicious companies and discovered many documents pointing to Eric's activities. Although there was no direct evidence, the tracks led to his empire. Miller personally flew to Southeast Asia to coordinate with local authorities. They began following Eric's known contacts, hoping to get on his trail. The agents managed to establish surveillance of one of his trusted men, who often visited a hidden base in the jungle. Eric and his team had no idea they were being watched. They continued to plan new operations and grow the business. But Liam, noticing strange activity on their networks, became suspicious. He tightened security measures, but it was too late. The FBI was one step ahead. Miller organized an operation to capture the base. A special forces team surrounded the area and prepared for the assault. Eric, sensing the approaching danger, decided to act immediately. He ordered the team to leave the base and move to previously prepared shelters. Chaos began. Eric's team managed to leave just minutes before the assault. The FBI took over the base, but Eric and his men disappeared. Miller was disappointed, but found a lot of documents and equipment that could help further the investigation. Eric and his team, hiding in a new shelter, realized that they needed to radically change their approach. They began using more sophisticated encryption and disinformation methods to confuse the investigation. Liam developed a system that allowed them to operate even more secretly. Miller, studying the captured materials, realized that Eric was still at large and continuing his activities. She strengthened the team and began to analyze every step, every financial transaction to find new traces. Agents soon discovered a new trail leading to a major rare car deal in Europe. Miller realized this was her chance to catch Eric. The FBI launched an operation to intercept the deal, hoping that Eric would be personally present at it. Eric's team, unaware of the ambush, began a car sales operation. But when they arrived at the meeting place, they were surrounded by FBI and local police agents. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, showing incredible composure and professionalism, were able to escape from the encirclement and escape. Miller was furious, but she didn't give up. She knew that now Eric would act even more carefully, but she believed that their efforts would lead to success. The FBI continued its investigation without leaving a single lead. Eric and his team knew that time was running out. They began developing a new plan that would allow them to escape forever and start a new life. But Miller was too close, and the game became more and more dangerous. The FBI moved inexorably towards its goal, increasing its efforts and expanding its network of informants. Agent Jennifer Miller and her team continued to search for leads that could lead them to Eric Sterling and his gang. After numerous failures and missed opportunities, they finally found what they were looking for. By analyzing captured documents and data, the FBI discovered connections between Eric's various operations and his base around the world. They identified several key gang members who were linked to recent crimes in Europe and South America. This data became the basis for the development of a large-scale operation to capture them. Miller decided to strike in several directions at the same time. The FBI team, working with international law enforcement agencies, began coordinating a series of raids that would take place simultaneously in several countries. This was supposed to deprive the gang of the opportunity to quickly regroup and escape. At dawn, the operation began. In several cities in Europe and South America, FBI agents and local special forces simultaneously raided the gang's predetermined hideouts. Miller's team acted quickly and decisively, giving the gang members no time to resist. Liam and Maria were in one of these hideouts in Barcelona. Liam, noticing suspicious activity online, tried to warn Eric, but it was too late. FBI agents broke down the door and forced their way inside. Liam attempted to destroy the evidence, but Miller personally led the operation and managed to capture him before he could do so. Maria, despite her experience, was captured after a short shootout. Meanwhile, in Rio de Janeiro, Jason was in one of their warehouses. He was preparing for another operation when SWAT agents suddenly surrounded the building. A fierce firefight began, but numerical superiority and the surprise of the attack played a role. Jason was wounded and captured alive. In total, the FBI managed to capture 70% of the gang members, including key players such as Liam, Maria, and Jason. This victory was a huge achievement for the agency and personally for Miller, who tirelessly followed Eric all these years. Eric, while in his new hideout in Southeast Asia, learned of his team's capture. He realized that the situation was becoming critical. Despite the loss of key people, he was not going to give up. Eric began to develop a plan to save his people and continue his activities. Meanwhile, Miller and her team began interrogating the captured gang members, hoping to gain information about Eric's whereabouts. Liam, Maria, and Jason were tough nuts to crack, but Miller believed she could squeeze the information she needed out of them. Eric decided to act quickly and decisively. He used his remaining contacts and resources to organize a daring plan to free his people. Time was short and the stakes had never been higher. Eric knew that the next operation would be the most difficult of his life, but he was willing to risk everything for the sake of his team and the continuation of their business. Thus continued the game of cat and mouse between Eric Sterling and the FBI. Miller was confident that she would soon catch the main criminal, but Eric was still at large, ready for new challenges and ready to continue the fight. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased pressure on those remaining at large. The remaining members of the gang, including Eric Sterling himself, realized that their time was running out. They knew that with each new operation the FBI was getting closer, and that their enemies would not stop until they destroyed the entire organization. Eric gathered the remaining gang members to their new hideout in Southeast Asia. He understood that drastic measures had to be taken to preserve his lives and freedom. The remaining members of the gang, exhausted by constant flight and fighting, began to lose faith in success. Fear and uncertainty took over them. One night, as they discussed their future plans, Eric realized that many of his people no longer wanted to continue the fight. Some of them began to openly talk about wanting to leave the gang and disappear. Eric knew that trying to keep them by force would only lead to splits and betrayals. Eric decided to give his people a choice. He gathered everyone and announced that everyone was free to do as they pleased. He provided them with false documents, money, and plans to escape across borders. It was a risky decision, but Eric knew that this was the only way they could maintain at least some safety. The remaining gang members began to leave the hideout one by one. Some went to Europe, some to South America, some to Australia. Eric knew this was the end of their once powerful organization. He was left practically alone, with only a few faithful people who did not leave him. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. The FBI continued to track all possible escape routes for gang members. Border guards and intelligence agencies in various countries were alerted, and the hunt for the fugitives began. Some of them were caught at the borders, others in safe houses and shelters. Eric, left with a few faithful people, decided to hide in one of the most remote corners of the world, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. He knew that this was only a temporary measure and that he would have to come up with a new plan to continue to survive. On an island far from civilization, Eric began to develop new strategies. He understood that the world of crime had now changed forever for him. Without his team and resources, he had to start from scratch. He decided to use his skills and knowledge to build a new life, far from persecution and danger. Agent Miller, having learned about the breakup of the gang, felt the bitterness of victory. She knew that Eric was still at large and that he would not go down without a fight. She continued to follow every possible lead, hoping that one day she would be able to catch him and put an end to this long hunt. Thus ended the era of Eric Sterling as the most daring and richest car thief. Now he was forced to hide, start a new life, and look for ways to survive in a new, changed world. But even on a remote island far from civilization, he did not lose hope and readiness to fight. His story didn't end, it just started a new chapter. Agent Jennifer Miller tirelessly continued her investigation, realizing that success was close. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased its pressure, launching a large-scale operation to capture the remaining criminals. Miller used all available resources, including international law enforcement agencies, to monitor the movements of the fugitives. Border security forces, intelligence agencies, and special forces were deployed to track every move of the remaining gang members. The FBI developed a sophisticated surveillance and data collection system to predict their next move. Eric Sterling and his remaining comrades were hiding on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. They hoped that remoteness and isolation would help them avoid persecution. But Agent Miller, analyzing the captured data and testimony, managed to find out their location. She realized that the key to capturing the entire gang was to capture Eric. Miller organized an international operation in which the intelligence services of several countries participated. They began to gradually surround the island, establishing surveillance and preparing for the decisive blow. The operation had to be done quickly and silently to avoid bloodshed and give Eric and his men the least chance of escape. At dawn, the operation began. Special forces landed on the island and began to move towards the gang's hideout. Eric and his companions were taken by surprise. Explosive devices and smoke grenades helped disorient the gang. The special forces acted quickly and professionally, capturing one after another. Eric, realizing that there was no way to escape, decided to give up. He knew that continuing to fight would only lead to the death of his people. When the special forces burst into their hideout, Eric raised his hands without resistance and ordered his men to cease fire. All gang members were captured and taken to an international detention center. Agent Miller personally led the operation to transport criminals to the United States, where they awaited trial. For her, this was the culmination of many years of work and a real victory. Soon after the arrest, trials began. The testimony of Liam, Maria, Jason, and other gang members helped to restore the full picture of their criminal activities. Eric Sterling, knowing that his life as a free man was over, decided to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Agent Miller received awards and recognition for successfully completing this complex and dangerous operation. She knew the world was a safer place because of her efforts and the efforts of the entire FBI team. Eric Sterling and his associates were sentenced to long prison terms. Their criminal empire collapsed, and the world of crime lost one of its most daring and talented criminals. Now behind bars, Eric realized that his time had passed, and that his every move was carefully monitored and studied. Thus ended the story of the Eric Sterling Gang, the most dangerous and elusive group of car thieves. The FBI was able to prove that even the most skilled criminals cannot escape justice if professionals like Agent Jennifer Miller are on their trail. Eric Sterling sat in his prison cell, contemplating the events of recent years. He understood that his life had changed dramatically and that he would never return to his old way of life. His team disintegrated, and most of the key members of the gang were behind bars. The remnants of their once mighty empire were destroyed. Agent Jennifer Miller, thanks to her tenacity and professionalism, was able not only to stop one of the most dangerous criminals, but also to undermine an entire criminal network. Her work has been recognized at the highest level, and she has received well-deserved awards for her contributions to community safety. But for her, it was not just a job. It was a personal matter, and she was proud that she was able to see it through to the end. The trials of gang members were long and thorough. Each of them received a well-deserved punishment. Liam, Maria, Jason, and others realized that their life in crime had led them to an inevitable end. Many of them, including Eric, began to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Eric, sitting in his cell, reflected on his past. He recalled how he began his activities, how he built an empire step by step. I remembered my faithful comrades and those moments when they were at the pinnacle of success. But he also understood that every step they took was not only risky, but also illegal. One day, Jennifer Miller came to see Eric in prison. She wanted to see the man she had been pursuing for so long. Their meeting was short, but significant. Eric looked at her and said, "You did what you had to do. We all knew that sooner or later this would happen. I don't hold a grudge. Now I have time to think about many things." Jennifer replied, "I was just doing my job. But you know you had a choice, and you chose this path. I hope you find answers to your questions." After this visit, Eric began to spend more time thinking. He wrote memoirs in which he shared his experiences and warned others against choosing the criminal path. His books became popular in the prison library and even beyond, serving as a reminder that crime does not go unpunished. The story of Eric Sterling and his gang may have ended, but the lessons it taught remain. The world of crime has lost one of its most talented and dangerous players, but society has gained a lesson that justice will always prevail, even if the path to it is long and difficult. For Jennifer Miller, this wasn't just another case. It was confirmation that her work mattered and that every step she took in the fight against crime was beneficial. She continued her career by solving new cases and helping society become safer. Thus ended the story of a legendary gang of car thieves and their elusive leader. This was a story about how perseverance, professionalism, and faith in justice can lead to victory over even the most insidious and skilled criminals. Third criminal story. James Ellison grew up in a small town in the American Midwest. His family lived modestly, and the boy realized early on that money plays an important role in life. From childhood, James stood out among his peers for his intelligence and curiosity. He was always drawn to knowledge and especially loved mathematics. At school, James was one of the best students, despite the difficulties his family faced. His father worked at a local factory, and his mother worked as a cleaner to make ends meet. James often helped his parents with housework and sometimes worked part-time to contribute to the family budget. One day, while returning home after school, James noticed his classmate taking money from a younger student. This gave him a sense of injustice, but also a realization that money could give power and control. From that day on, he decided that he would do anything to get out of poverty and achieve financial independence. James began reading books about business and finance, diligently studying every aspect of this field. His desire for knowledge and success was unshakable. Over the years, he became even more ambitious, dreaming of the day when he could change his life and achieve success. After graduating from school with honors, James entered a prestigious university where he continued to study finance. He quickly attracted the attention of professors with his sharp mind and unusual approach to problem solving. At the university, James made acquaintances with influential people who would play an important role in his life in the future. While attending university, James Ellison found work as an intern at a large bank on Wall Street. This was his first real opportunity to delve into the world of high finance. He did not miss any opportunity to learn something new, often staying at work until late at night. His desire for success was visible to everyone, and James soon became an indispensable employee. After graduating from university, James received a permanent job offer at a bank. He quickly moved up the career ladder, earning the respect of his colleagues and superiors. His analytical skills and ability to predict market trends have made him one of the best experts in his field. However, with success came the realization that legitimate methods of achieving financial well-being were often limited. One day, while working on his next project, James noticed some loopholes in the financial system. He began to think about how these loopholes could be used for personal gain. At first, his thoughts were just a mind game, but over time, the idea of earning more than his position allowed became more and more attractive. James began to make plans on how to bypass the system without arousing suspicion. James's first step into the criminal world was to create fake companies and use them to launder money. He carefully concealed his actions, using his knowledge and connections to remain undetected. Gradually, his operations became more complex and large-scale. James learned to masterfully manipulate financial flows, creating the appearance of legality of his operations. His successes in criminal activities did not go unnoticed. James soon began to attract the attention of criminal elements who were looking for a smart and ambitious ally. He began collaborating with the mafia, helping them launder money and invest it in legitimate businesses. James became increasingly powerful and dangerous, his criminal empire growing along with his ambitions. However, despite all his successes, James understood that every mistake could be fatal. His life turned into a constant game with fire where not only money was at stake, but also his freedom. Can James stay on top, or will he inevitably fall? Several years passed, and James Ellison became one of the most influential people in the shadow economy. His money laundering operations spanned several continents, and his connections to international criminal organizations strengthened his position. His life seemed perfect, but the tension was constantly growing. One day, James received information about a major government project to investigate financial crimes. This project included the creation of a special unit whose goal was to identify and eliminate illegal financial flows. James realized that sooner or later they might get on his trail and decided to take action. He began to overhaul his schemes and strengthened his security measures by bringing in top cybersecurity experts. At the same time, James began to build connections in political circles so that he could influence the investigation from the inside. He understood that every mistake could cost him everything he had achieved, so he acted extremely carefully. At one of the closed meetings with representatives of the mafia, James proposed a plan to introduce his people into government structures. This plan involved bribing high-ranking officials and using blackmail to achieve their goals. With its help, a criminal organization could obtain information about investigations and avoid arrests. Meanwhile, James began to face internal conflicts within his empire. Some of his subordinates began to be jealous of his success and sought to take his place. One such man was Michael Dorn, an ambitious and ruthless young man who would stop at nothing to become the new leader. Michael began secretly gathering information against James in order to frame him and take his place. He used his connections to bribe people around James and extract incriminating information from them. But James was not so simple. He had long suspected Michael and began to prepare for possible betrayal. One day, James received information that Michael was plotting against him. Instead of acting directly, James decided to play smarter. He set up a trap in which Michael and his supporters fell into, finding themselves at the center of a fabricated scandal. This allowed James to get rid of the traitors and strengthen his power. However, James's problems did not end there. The sudden disappearance of Michael and his accomplices attracted the attention of law enforcement agencies. James understood that the time had come to act even more secretly and carefully. His next goal was to create a completely legal business that could become a cover for his shadow operations. James began investing in real estate and high-tech startups, creating the appearance of a successful and honest entrepreneur. But despite all his efforts, the danger continued to grow. Will James Ellison be able to hold his ground and avoid detection, or will his criminal empire collapse under the onslaught of justice? James Ellison realized that his position was becoming increasingly precarious. Increased attention from law enforcement agencies forced him to act even more carefully. He decided to expand his legal business to create more distractions for investigators. One of these projects was the opening of an elite financial consulting agency specializing in large capital management. James's agency quickly gained a reputation as a reliable and successful enterprise. Wealthy clients flocked to him for advice and management of their assets, unaware that behind the facade of legality lay a complex network of illegal transactions. James used the agency as a front for his main operations while continuing to run his criminal empire from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the government investigation gained momentum. The Special Financial Crimes Unit, led by Detective Elizabeth Harper, began collecting evidence against major players in the shadow economy. Elizabeth was a determined and experienced woman, known for her uncompromising attitude and high professionalism. She had long suspected that James Ellison was playing a double game and was determined to prove his guilt. James learned that Elizabeth had launched an investigation against him and decided to be proactive. He used his connections to gain access to information about the progress of the investigation. This allowed him to destroy evidence in a timely manner and hide traces of his operations. However, Elizabeth was not so simple. She began using unconventional methods to bring James into the open. In one of her moves, Elizabeth brought into the investigation a talented hacker named Alexei, who managed to hack the security system of James's agency. This gave investigators access to important data that could prove James's involvement in illegal operations. James realized that his situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and decided that the time had come for drastic measures. He organized a meeting with the most powerful crime bosses to discuss a plan to eliminate Elizabeth Harper. They agreed to set her up to divert attention from James and buy time to destroy incriminating data. The plan involved creating false evidence that would indicate that Elizabeth herself was involved in corruption schemes. However, Elizabeth was ready for such actions. She carried out countermeasures and went undercover to gather more evidence. Her team managed to take statements from several key witnesses who could confirm James's criminal activities. Time was against him, and he realized that he risked losing everything. James decided to go all in. He began preparing to leave the country and hide in one of the countries that does not have an extradition agreement with the United States. Secretly, he transferred some of his assets to offshore accounts and prepared documents for a new identity. However, he knew that this would not be easy since Elizabeth did not take her eyes off him. Will James Ellison be able to escape and start a new life, or will his past catch up with him at the worst possible time? James Ellison continued to prepare his escape without wasting a minute. He decided to use his last trump card, an old acquaintance named Victor, who was an experienced smuggler and could organize departure from the country. Victor agreed to help James for a large reward, realizing that the risk was great, but the potential profit was worth it. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper and her team were increasing the pressure. They obtained several important clues and prepared an arrest warrant for James. Elizabeth knew that James might try to escape, so she developed a strategy to block all possible routes for his escape. She coordinated with international law enforcement agencies to block any possible routes. The day of the escape arrived. James collected all the necessary documents and money, packed them in an inconspicuous suitcase, and left his luxurious penthouse, leaving behind the illusion of a normal working day. He headed to a secret meeting place with Victor where he was supposed to receive fake documents and directions for a safe route. Victor provided him with a new passport, tickets, and detailed instructions for crossing the border. James got into the car and felt his heartbeat speed up. The driver, without saying a word, drove the car towards the exit from the city. But at one of the checkpoints, they were stopped by a police patrol. The driver tried to confidently explain the reason for their trip, but the police already had a warrant for James's arrest and knew who they were looking for. At that moment, James realized that his only chance of salvation was to use his sharp mind and experience to get out of the current situation. He asked the driver not to panic and remain calm. James quickly came up with a convincing alibi related to his legitimate business. He claimed that he was going to an important meeting with international investors, and he had documents that could confirm his words. The police checked the documents and, not finding anything suspicious, decided to release the car. James felt relieved but knew this was just the beginning. Realizing that the situation was becoming too dangerous, he decided to change the route and contact Victor to discuss further actions. Victor suggested that James meet in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, where they could discuss the details of the escape without the risk of being noticed. When James arrived at the scene, he saw Victor and several other people he didn't know. Victor explained that these were his trusted people who would help organize the escape. While James was discussing the plan, his phone vibrated. It was a message from one of his law enforcement informants. Elizabeth Harper had received new evidence and was about to launch a large-scale operation to detain him. James realized that time was running out. Together with Victor, they developed a new plan: use false documents and secret routes to get out of the country on a private jet. They knew that airports would be under close surveillance, so they decided to use a small private airfield outside the city. At night, under cover of darkness, James and Victor headed towards the airfield. On the way, they changed cars several times to confuse possible pursuers. Finally, they arrived at the scene and saw the plane ready to take off. James knew this was his last chance. As he boarded the plane, he felt a mixture of relief and tension. Takeoff was the moment when his life hung in the balance. As the plane took off, James realized that he was now dependent only on his ingenuity and luck. Elizabeth Harper and her team arrived at the airfield a few minutes after the plane took off. She realized that she had missed James, but she was determined to continue the hunt. James Ellison was out of reach, but his criminal empire was still in danger of being exposed. The question was how long he could hide and whether he would be able to build a new life away from justice. Now safe abroad, James began to make new plans. His journey into the world of crime was not over yet, and many trials and challenges awaited him ahead. Will his enemies be able to catch up with him, or will James Ellison disappear from the radar of law enforcement forever? In a new country, James Ellison decided to start with a clean slate, but old habits and ambitions would not let him go. He realized that now, far from America, he had the opportunity to start a new criminal empire. James soon established contacts with local criminal groups and convinced them of his competence and experience. His first major operation in the new country was to be the robbery of the largest bank in the capital. James carefully prepared for this case, realizing that any mistake could cost him his freedom. He assembled a team of professionals, each of whom was a master in his field: burglars, drivers, security experts, and even hackers. James developed a detailed robbery plan that included several stages. The first stage is collecting information. The team spent several weeks studying the bank, its security system, employee work schedules, and collection routes. James's hackers were able to hack into the bank's internal servers and gain access to building plans and security guard schedules. At the second stage, James decided to divert the attention of the police. He organized a series of small robberies in different areas of the city in order to confuse investigators and reduce their level of vigilance. These operations allowed the police to concentrate their forces on the wrong targets, leaving the bank less protected. On the day of the robbery, James and his team acted smoothly and flawlessly. The burglars entered the bank through underground communications that led to the basement of the building. The hackers disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras, creating the illusion of a normal working day. The drivers were ready in case a quick getaway was needed. Once the team was inside, they quickly and efficiently began opening the safes. James knew that time was against them, so every step was perfected to the smallest detail. They used the latest technology to open locks and safes, allowing them to avoid unnecessary noise and delays. While the team worked inside the bank, James monitored the operation from his command center located a few blocks away. He maintained contact with each team member through encrypted communication channels, coordinating their actions and promptly responding to any unforeseen circumstances. When all the valuables were collected, the team began to leave the bank along a pre-designed route. The hackers returned the cameras and alarms to working order, making it appear as if nothing had happened. The drivers quickly and quietly took the robbers out of the city, using fake cars and false license plates. The entire robbery process took no more than 30 minutes. When the police finally arrived at the scene, James and his team were already far away. They successfully escaped with the loot, leaving behind a minimum of evidence. This robbery became one of the most daring and successful operations in the history of the city. After this success, James Ellison strengthened his position in the criminal world. He earned a reputation as a master of his craft and could now count on the support and trust of the most influential crime bosses. However, despite his success, James knew that his journey was far from over. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. After a successful robbery, James Ellison decided not to stop there. He understood that each next step must be even more thoughtful and risky. James began to think about creating an international network that would allow him to conduct large operations in different countries without attracting undue attention to himself. His next goal was to rob one of the most secure banks in Europe. This bank was famous for its impenetrable security system and high degree of asset protection. James understood that, for such a task, he would need not just a team of professionals but real masters of their craft. He began to carefully select people for the new operation. His team included the best specialists, hackers capable of hacking any system, engineers who understand the latest security technologies, and experienced burglars who could open any safe. Each team member passed a strict selection process and was ready for any challenge. James developed a plan that included several stages of preparation. The first stage is collecting information and creating a dossier for each bank employee. Hackers hacked into the personal and professional profiles of workers, studying their habits and weaknesses. Engineers created exact copies of keys and access cards using the stolen data. At the second stage, the team conducted a series of training missions, practicing each element of the robbery until it became automatic. They created an exact replica of a bank vault and trained to open safes in conditions as close as possible to real ones. James paid special attention to detail, understanding that any little detail could be fatal. On the day of the robbery, the team was prepared for any eventuality. James organized several diversionary maneuvers in different parts of the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, the main group entered the bank through underground communications, previously studied and prepared. Hackers took control of surveillance and alarm systems, creating the illusion of a normal working day. Burglars opened safes with surgical precision, removing cash, jewelry, and securities. The entire process was fine-tuned to the smallest detail, and the team acted as a single organism. However, this time things did not go as smoothly as planned. One of the bank employees accidentally noticed something strange and raised the alarm. James's team found themselves trapped when armed guards arrived on the scene. A shootout began, and the situation escalated to the limit. James, coordinating the team's actions from the command center, realized that he needed to act quickly. He ordered the hackers to activate Plan B, shutting down the entire city power grid. In an instant, the entire area was plunged into darkness, giving James's team precious minutes to evacuate. Under the cover of darkness, the team managed to escape from the bank and hide in an abandoned building nearby. They used underground tunnels to escape pursuit and fled the city a few hours later in several vehicles. Despite unforeseen difficulties, the operation was successful. After the robbery, James and his team carefully covered their tracks. They divided the spoils and went to different countries to lay low. James knew he would have to be even more careful now that his name had become known internationally. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper, having learned about the daring robbery, realized that James was behind it. She began to establish connections with European colleagues in order to join forces and catch the criminal. But James was one step ahead, planning his next moves and strengthening his empire. Will James Ellison be able to escape justice and continue his criminal career, or will he inevitably be exposed? Time will tell what new challenges and dangers his quest to the top of the criminal world will bring. James Ellison was not going to stop there. After a successful heist in Europe, he decided to strengthen his network and expand his influence into new territories. He knew that to achieve his ambitions, he needed to constantly adapt and stay one step ahead of law enforcement. His next target was Asia, where he planned to organize a series of robberies and money laundering through large financial institutions. James went to Hong Kong, one of the world's largest financial centers. There, he began to establish contacts with local criminal groups and corrupt officials. The first step was to create a cover for his operations. James opened a legal investment company that attracted large clients and invested their money in various projects. This gave him the opportunity to carry out his shadow operations unnoticed and without unnecessary attention. James also revamped his team, bringing in new talent from different countries. Among them were hackers from Russia, crackers from Japan, and engineers from China. Each of them was an expert in their field and ready to take on the most difficult tasks. One of the first major cases in Asia was the robbery of a large jewelry store in the center of Hong Kong. James developed a detailed plan that included several stages. First, hackers penetrated the store's security system and disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras. During this time, burglars used their skills to open display cases and safes where jewelry was kept. The operation went quickly and without unnecessary fuss. The team took out the jewelry in specially prepared cars and hid in one of the underground garages, where a truck was waiting for them, ready to transport the loot. James arranged for the jewelry to be transported on a private jet to one of the countries where he could easily sell it on the black market. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper wasted no time. She continued to gather information about James and his operations using every resource available. Her persistence and ability to analyze data allowed her to get on the trail of his new operation in Hong Kong. She contacted local police and began coordinating an international investigation. However, James was one step ahead. He learned that Elizabeth was on his trail again and decided to use this to his advantage. He created several diversions to confuse investigators and give himself time to prepare another major robbery. His next target was the largest bank in Shanghai. It was a heavily guarded facility with the latest security systems, but James was confident in his abilities and the skills of his team. He developed a plan that included hacking the bank's computer systems, breaking into vaults, and removing cash and securities. The operation began as a diversion. James's hackers launched a cyber attack on several large companies in the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, the team entered the bank through underground communications, using false documents and access cards. Once the team was inside, the hackers took control of the surveillance and alarm systems, creating the illusion of a normal workday. Burglars opened safes and vaults with surgical precision, seizing cash, jewelry, and securities. The operation went without a hitch, but at the last moment one of the guards noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. A firefight broke out and James's team found themselves trapped. They quickly regrouped and used previously prepared exits to leave the building. James coordinated their actions from the command center, providing support and communication. Despite the difficulties encountered, the team managed to get out of the bank and escape. Elizabeth Harper and her team arrived on the scene a few minutes after James's team left the bank. She knew she was close to being caught, but James got away again. This only strengthened her determination and desire to see it through to the end. James and his team returned to base, where they divided the spoils and began planning their next operation. He understood that his confrontation with Elizabeth was becoming increasingly tense, but he was ready for new challenges. Will they be able to continue their daring operations and evade justice, or will they inevitably be exposed? Time will tell how far James Ellison will go in his quest to reach the top of the criminal world. James Ellison knew that his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper had reached a new level. He knew that his every move would be closely monitored, so he decided to change tactics. Instead of carrying out large heists that attract too much attention, he decided to focus on more sophisticated and hidden schemes. His first new operation was the creation of a network of fictitious companies that would launder money and finance illegal transactions. James hired the best accountants and lawyers to help him create a complex structure that hid the true sources of income. These companies operated under the guise of legitimate business, which allowed them to remain undetected by law enforcement. At the same time, James began investing heavily in technology and cybersecurity. He realized that the future of the criminal world lay in digital technology and decided to become a leader in this field. His team of hackers developed unique hacking and data security techniques that allowed them to stay one step ahead of competitors and the police. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her investigation. She understood that James would not stop and would look for new ways to hide from justice. Elizabeth established cooperation with international law enforcement agencies and began coordinating efforts to capture him. She also brought in top analysts to help her decipher James's complex financial schemes. One day, while analyzing data, her team discovered traces of one of James's fictitious companies. It was a small but important discovery that could lead to the exposure of the entire network. Elizabeth decided to act quickly and organized an operation to collect additional evidence. James learned that the police were on the trail of one of his companies and realized that it was time to act. He organized the evacuation of employees and the destruction of all incriminating documents. He also decided to strike back using his hacking skills. His team hacked into law enforcement servers to learn about Elizabeth's plans and prepare for them. James soon realized that Elizabeth and her team were hunting his key employees. He decided it was time to go on the offensive and show that he was not as vulnerable as they thought. Together with his team, he developed a plan to disinformation and plant false leads to confuse investigators and lead them down the wrong path. Elizabeth, having received new information, began an operation to detain James's alleged accomplices. However, when her team arrived at the scene, they discovered that they had fallen into a trap. James and the hackers prepared this operation in advance to test the readiness of the investigators and their resources. Despite temporary setbacks, Elizabeth did not give up. She knew that James was more careful and sophisticated, but her experience and intuition told her that he would definitely make a mistake, and this mistake will be her chance for success. Meanwhile, James continued to strengthen his empire. He expanded his activities to other countries and began collaborating with the largest crime syndicates around the world. His influence and wealth grew, and he felt that he was becoming beyond the reach of justice. However, James knew that his successes had attracted the attention of not only the police, but also his rivals in the underworld. He began to face attempts at frame-up and betrayal from those who were jealous of his success and sought to take his place. This made him even more vigilant and careful. James Ellison's future seemed bright, but he understood that every new operation carried risk. He had to constantly find a balance between daring plans and caution to stay on top. Can Elizabeth and her team find a way to stop him? Or will James continue his criminal career while staying one step ahead of everyone else? Time will tell what trials and challenges await him along this path. James Ellison realized that his position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. Even as his operations became increasingly sophisticated, pressure from law enforcement and competitors grew. He decided that it was time for riskier, but potentially more profitable, operations to strengthen his position and divert attention from his current affairs. One of these risky steps was the decision to organize a large-scale theft of intellectual property from one of the largest technology giants in the world. James knew that successful implementation of this plan would allow him to gain access to advanced technology and be several steps ahead of his competitors. To prepare for the operation, James assembled a team of the best hackers and information security specialists. He knew that the target of their attack had incredibly powerful defenses, so everything had to be executed flawlessly. The team began with a thorough analysis of the company's security systems, using all available resources to gather information. Hackers broke into the company's system and began quietly introducing malware that allowed them to access sensitive data. They worked undercover so as not to arouse suspicion from the security service. Over the course of several weeks, the team carefully downloaded the necessary files, avoiding unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her investigation. Its analysts noticed anomalous activity in the systems of one of the largest technology companies and realized that it could be the work of James. Elizabeth immediately began coordinating efforts with the company's IT specialists and international law enforcement agencies to prevent data leaks and catch the criminals. The operation reached its climax when James's hackers began the final step, downloading the most important data. At this point, the company's security service discovered traces of a break-in and raised the alarm. Elizabeth and her team arrived on scene within minutes and began coordinating efforts to contain the threat. James, having learned about the failure of the operation, realized that it was necessary to urgently withdraw the team. He gave the order to stop the download and destroy all traces that could lead to him. The hackers managed to hide some of the evidence, but the police were already on their trail. A tense game of cat and mouse began, where every step could be fatal. Despite all precautions, one of the hackers was captured by the police. Elizabeth saw this as a chance to get to James. She offered the hacker a deal, a reduced sentence in exchange for information about his employer. The hacker, fearing severe punishment, agreed to cooperate. James found out about this and realized that his situation was now becoming critical. He decided to change tactics and move to another country where it would be more difficult to find him. But before that, he needed to prepare his departure so as not to leave any traces. He began transferring assets to offshore accounts and destroying all data that could give him away. James soon left his base and headed to Latin America, where a new safe house and contacts with local criminal organizations awaited him. He understood that now he would have to start practically from scratch, but his experience and connections allowed him to quickly adapt to new conditions. Elizabeth Harper didn't give up. She knew James had left again, but she was determined to find him and bring him to justice. She continued to coordinate the international investigation, making new connections and gaining access to resources that could help catch James. Meanwhile, James began to build a new life in Latin America. He again began creating fictitious companies and established cooperation with local criminal groups. His influence and wealth were growing again, but he knew that Elizabeth would not stop until she caught him. James Ellison has strengthened his position in Latin America. He established cooperation with local crime bosses, creating a powerful network for money laundering and illegal operations. His shell companies flourished, providing a steady income and protection from suspicion. But he knew that every step he took must be as careful as possible. Elizabeth Harper, meanwhile, continued her investigation. She focused her efforts on tracking the financial flows associated with James's activities. Her team worked around the clock, analyzing data and trying to find a weak point in his new empire. They understood that the key to catching James lay in his financial transactions. One day, Elizabeth received important information from one of her informants. It was a detailed scheme of financial transfers that could lead to James. She immediately began to develop an operation plan to expose him and stop his criminal activities. James, meanwhile, was preparing a new major case. He decided to organize a robbery of one of the largest banks in Rio de Janeiro. It was a risky venture, but success could strengthen his position and bring huge profits. He assembled his team and began careful preparations. His plan included several stages. The first is hacking the bank's security system. To do this, he recruited the best hackers who could disable the alarm and surveillance cameras. The second stage is penetration into the bank through underground communications. James knew that the tunnel system under the city was quite complex, but his team was ready for any difficulties. The third stage is opening safes and vaults. The burglars who worked with James were some of the best in the world and had experience working with the most complex security systems. The fourth and final stage is the withdrawal of production from the bank and evacuation. James developed several escape routes to avoid pursuit. On the day of the robbery, James's team acted coherently and confidently. Hackers broke into the security system and disabled the alarm. The burglars entered the bank through underground tunnels and began opening the safes. Everything was going according to plan until one of the bank employees accidentally noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. A tense game began. James quickly reacted to the changing situation and ordered the team to speed up. They collected everything they could and began evacuating. The police were already on the way, and James's team had to act quickly and decisively. As the team was leaving the bank, the police arrived at the scene. A firefight ensued and several crew members were wounded. James personally coordinated their actions, maintaining contact via radio channels. Despite all the difficulties, they managed to break through and hide in an abandoned building nearby. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper and her team received information about the robbery that had occurred. She immediately realized that James was behind this and began coordinating the operation to capture him. They began checking all possible hiding places and routes to find him and his team. James and his men quickly realized that they had to leave the city immediately. They took advantage of pre-prepared cars and began to move towards a secret airfield where a private plane was waiting for them. Elizabeth and her team were on their tail, but James managed to confuse them using false leads and diversions. At the last moment, when the plane was ready to take off, Elizabeth arrived at the airfield. An intense fight ensued, during which several members of James' team were captured. However, James himself managed to board the plane and take off, leaving behind the airfield in chaos. James's plane headed to one of the Caribbean countries, where new allies and refugees were waiting for him. He understood that his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper was far from over, and was preparing for new challenges. Elizabeth, for her part, knew that James had slipped away again, but her resolve only strengthened. She was sure that sooner or later she would catch him and put an end to his criminal activities. James Ellison began a new chapter in his criminal career, but every day brought new dangers and challenges. Can Elizabeth and her team find a way to stop him, or will James continue his escape, remaining elusive and powerful? Time will tell how far this confrontation will go and what new paths James will choose on his dangerous path. When James Ellison's plane landed on a small Caribbean island, he was met by his allies, who had prepared everything he needed in advance for his new start. The warm breeze and calm waters of the Caribbean Sea temporarily lulled his vigilance. Here, in this secluded paradise, James could forget about his dangerous life for a while. James began to build his new empire from scratch. He quickly established contacts with local criminal groups and businessmen who wanted to make money on his knowledge and experience. James's plan involved smuggling rare and valuable goods, as well as money laundering through the tourism business. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper wasted no time. She established cooperation with international law enforcement agencies and continued the hunt for James. Her determination and perseverance were genuine. She knew that James was hiding somewhere in the Caribbean and was willing to spend as much time as it took to find him. James knew that his confrontation with Elizabeth was not over. He knew that sooner or later she would find his trail. So he developed a complex network of false leads and cover-ups to confuse her and buy time for his new operations. One of these operations was the theft of a valuable artifact from a local museum. This artifact was an ancient relic that could be sold on the black market for huge amounts of money. James assembled a new team consisting of local specialists and old associates who managed to avoid arrest. On the night of the theft, James and his team broke into the museum using their old tricks and new technology. They quickly and silently bypassed the security and alarm systems, opened the display case, and took the artifact. The whole operation took no more than half an hour, and when the police arrived at the scene, James and his men were already far away. Elizabeth Harper learned about the theft of the artifact and realized that it was James's doing. She increased pressure on her sources and within a few weeks managed to get on the trail of one of his accomplices. This trail led her to a Caribbean island, where she began coordinating an operation to apprehend James. James, having learned about Elizabeth's approach, realized that he needed to hide again. But instead of running, he decided to launch a preemptive strike. He staged a false meeting to lure Elizabeth into a trap. In one of the old abandoned villas on the island, James and his team prepared everything for its capture. Elizabeth arrived at the meeting suspecting it might be a trap, but she was prepared for any eventuality. When she entered the villa, James's team quickly surrounded her. An intense battle began, during which Elizabeth and her people showed all their preparation and determination. They managed to repel the attack and take several members of James's team prisoner. James managed to escape at the last moment, leaving Elizabeth with several important clues and captured criminals. She knew she was close to being caught again, but James took a step forward. Now she had new data and new plans on how to find and stop him. James, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, decided to leave the Caribbean and move to Europe. He knew that new opportunities and new threats would await him there. Again, starting with a clean slate, he was determined to continue his criminal career despite all the obstacles. Elizabeth Harper, having received new information, began to prepare for the next stage of her investigation. She knew that her confrontation with James was far from over, but her determination and perseverance were adamant. She was ready to follow him to the ends of the earth to finally stop him. The game of cat and mouse continued, and each new chapter brought more challenges and dangers. Will James and Elizabeth be able to achieve their goals, or will their paths cross in a final, decisive showdown? Time will tell who will emerge victorious in this intense and dangerous game. James Ellison settled down in Europe, choosing a secluded place in Switzerland. This country, with its banks and tradition of neutrality, was ideal for covert operations. Here James decided to infiltrate the world of high finance and develop his criminal empire to a new level. He organized a fictitious investment company that was engaged in managing large capitals. This allowed him not only to launder money, but also to attract new clients, including major crime bosses. James quickly realized that his future was connected with new technologies and cryptocurrencies. One of his first steps was to create his own cryptocurrency exchange. Using his knowledge and experience, he was able to attract investors and create the appearance of a legal business. But in reality, his exchange served for money laundering and illegal transactions. James quickly became an influential figure in the world of cryptocurrencies, which attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies but also competitors. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper did not give up her attempts to find James. She established connections with European colleagues and began collecting information about new financial schemes. Her attention was drawn to unusual activity on one of the cryptocurrency exchanges, and she decided that it might be related to James. Elizabeth organized a secret investigation, attracting the best cybersecurity specialists. They began looking into transactions on the exchange and soon discovered suspicious transactions that could lead to James. She knew this was her chance to strike at his empire. James, realizing that his activities had attracted attention, decided to carry out a daring operation to seize a controlling stake in one of the largest banks in Switzerland. He developed a complex scheme involving stock manipulation, bribery of officials, and hacking of banking systems. On the night of the operation, his team of hackers infiltrated the bank's systems and began quietly altering data to pave the way for the takeover. At the same time, James's agents began buying shares through shell companies, creating the appearance of a legal transaction. Everything went according to plan until Elizabeth learned of the impending attack. Elizabeth and her team acted quickly. They coordinated with local police and intelligence agencies to thwart James's plans. Just as James's team was close to completing the operation, the police burst into the bank. An intense fight ensued, and several hackers were captured. James managed to escape, but his plans were ruined. He realized that he could no longer rely on old methods and must look for new ways. His next step was to create a network of spies and agents in government circles to obtain information about the actions of the police and investigators. Elizabeth, despite her success in foiling the operation, knew that James would not stop. She continued to work to expose his activities, hoping that the next step would lead her to final victory. Now James and Elizabeth were playing a new, even more dangerous game. Each of their actions became more and more risky, and the stakes grew every day. Can they find a way to defeat each other, or will their rivalry continue until one of them finally falls? Time will tell what new challenges and adventures await them ahead. James Ellison began to think of a new, larger plan that could divert attention from his operations and at the same time bring significant profits. He decided to carry out a series of simultaneous robberies of large banks in different European countries. This was to be not only the most daring crime of his career, but also to serve as a distraction while he prepared his main attack. James has assembled a team of the best specialists from all over the world. Among them were hackers, burglars, masters of camouflage, and logistics. The plan was detailed to the smallest detail. Each robbery had to happen simultaneously to confuse the police and make it difficult to coordinate their actions. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her hunt. She knew James was planning something big, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Her underworld sources spoke of unusual activity, but no specific details. Elizabeth decided to increase surveillance of all known contacts of James and hire more cybersecurity specialists to monitor his digital footprints. Day X has arrived. Robberies began in different cities of Europe. Banks in Paris, London, Berlin, and Rome were attacked. Hackers hacked into security systems, disabling alarms and surveillance cameras. Burglars broke into vaults, taking millions of euros in cash and securities. Elizabeth and her team immediately knew it was James's work. She quickly organized international law enforcement coordination to stop the robberies and capture the criminals. But James foresaw this move. He prepared several false leads in advance that were supposed to confuse the investigators. While the police were busy investigating the robberies, James began implementing his main plan to take over a large company developing advanced technologies in the field of artificial intelligence. He knew that having such technology would give him a huge advantage in the future. James used his contacts and financial resources to begin buying up the company's shares through frontmen. His hackers simultaneously hacked into the company's systems to gain access to secret developments. Everything was going according to plan until one of the company employees noticed suspicious activity and reported it to the police. Elizabeth, having received information about suspicious transactions in the company's shares, immediately realized that this could be the work of James. She organized a special operation to prevent the takeover of the company and detain James. This time she decided to act more carefully to prevent him from leaving again. On the day James was about to complete the operation to take over the company, his base was surrounded by special forces. Elizabeth personally coordinated the effort to make sure James didn't get away. A fierce firefight ensued, and several of James's crew were captured. But James managed to escape again. He knew that now he would have to lie low for a while and develop a new plan. His resources and connections still allowed him to stay afloat, but he understood that every failure made him more vulnerable. Elizabeth, despite partial success, was not satisfied. She knew that James was still at large and that his new plan could be even more dangerous. She continued to work on finding him, realizing that their confrontation was far from over. Each step, each new operation brought more stress and risk. The question was, which of them would make the decisive move and change the course of the game? James and Elizabeth continued their dangerous game, knowing that the stakes in this game were their lives and the fates of many people. After another escape, James Ellison realized that he needed to change tactics. He decided to go into the shadows and spend time analyzing his mistakes and planning new moves. James went to a small village in the Alps, where he could quietly hide and develop his new plans. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper continued her hunt. She couldn't afford to relax knowing that James was preparing something new. Elizabeth established surveillance of all possible contacts of James and used the latest technology to track his digital footprints. Several months passed and James realized it was time to act. He decided to carry out an operation that would allow him to finally escape and start a new life. His plan included stealing key data on the international transactions of major banks and corporations, which he could use for blackmail or sale on the black market. To do this, James assembled a new team of cybersecurity specialists, former military personnel, and masters of camouflage. They began with careful preparation, exploring all possible ways to access the necessary information and developing evacuation plans. James knew that any mistake could cost him everything, so he personally supervised every stage of preparation. He used his connections and resources to ensure the safety of the operation and minimize risks. James's team began to act, penetrating the networks of major banks and corporations. While the operation was underway, Elizabeth Harper received a tip from one of her informants. She learned of suspicious activity on the networks of several banks and realized that it could be the work of James. Elizabeth immediately began coordinating the efforts of her team and international partners to stop him. When James's team was close to completing the operation, Elizabeth and her men broke into their hideout. A fierce battle ensued, during which several members of James's team were captured. James managed to escape, but lost most of his team and the data they managed to obtain. Realizing that his position was becoming increasingly precarious, James decided to use his last trump card. He turned to one of his old allies, a powerful crime boss who owed him money. This ally agreed to help James organize his escape from Europe and provide him with new shelter in South America. Elizabeth, having learned of James's plans, began preparations to capture him on his way to South America. She coordinated with international law enforcement agencies to intercept James and his allies. On the night of the escape, James and his new ally went to the port where a private ship was waiting for them. Elizabeth and her team were already on site, ready to take over. A tense operation began, during which James and his allies tried to break through to the ship. A fierce firefight ensued and several people on both sides were wounded. James again found himself on the verge of capture, but with the help of his ally he managed to board the ship and sail away. Elizabeth, seeing the ship go to sea, knew that she had missed another chance, but she also knew that James couldn't hide forever. She continued to coordinate her actions with international partners, deciding that the next operation would be the final one. Meanwhile, James began a new life in South America. He knew that his path was full of dangers, but he was ready for new challenges. His goal remained the same: to survive and maintain his empire despite all the obstacles. New trials and dangers lay ahead for both of them. Will they be able to finally resolve their confrontation, or will their paths cross again and again? Time will tell who will emerge victorious in this intense and dangerous game. James Ellison settled down in South America, choosing one of the villas in the mountains of Colombia for his new hideout. He understood that even here, far from his usual places of activity, he should not relax. James began to build his new lair, strengthening it and establishing connections with local criminal groups. His goal was to create a new network that would allow him to regain lost ground and become inaccessible again. He began investing money in various projects, ranging from illegal mining to drug trafficking. All this gave him not only profit, but also the necessary resources for survival. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper was not going to give up. She continued to work with international law enforcement agencies and obtain information regarding James's whereabouts. Her team was actively tracking financial flows and contacts, hoping to find a clue that would lead them to him. One day, while analyzing data, Elizabeth discovered unusual financial transactions associated with one of the banks in Bogotá. She immediately realized that it could be James's doing. She traveled to Colombia with a small group of agents to coordinate the investigation on the spot and prepare the capture. James, having learned about Elizabeth's approach, decided to prepare for the meeting. He knew she wouldn't stop until she caught him. Instead of running again, James decided to use his connections and resources to lure her into a trap and end the threat once and for all. He organized a meeting with the leader of one of the largest criminal groups in Colombia and offered them mutually beneficial cooperation. In return for their help in eliminating Elizabeth and her crew, James promised large financial rewards and support for their illegal operations. When Elizabeth arrived in Bogota, James had already prepared everything for their meeting. He engineered a leak that would lead her to one of his warehouses in the mountains. Elizabeth, suspecting that it might be a trap, decided to take the risk and go to the meeting with minimal escort. She arrived at the warehouse where James's people were already waiting for her. A fierce firefight ensued, during which several of Elizabeth's agents were wounded. But Elizabeth didn't give up. She used all her skills and experience to repel the attack and make her way to James himself. When she finally came face to face with James, he tried to convince her of the futility of their confrontation. He offered her money and power in exchange for her leaving him alone. But Elizabeth was adamant. She knew it was her duty to see this through and bring James to justice. A tense fight ensued, during which James tried to escape. Elizabeth and her men chased him through the mountains, giving him no chance to escape. Finally, after a long and exhausting chase, they surrounded him on one of the peaks. James knew his escape route was cut off. He raised his hands, admitting defeat. Elizabeth and her team arrested him and took him to Bogota, from where he was to be extradited to the United States. Elizabeth was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Her years-long hunt is over, and James Ellison is in the hands of justice. His empire was destroyed, and his name became a symbol of perseverance and cunning. But despite her success, Elizabeth knew that the world of crime never sleeps. New leaders may emerge to replace James, and she still has a lot of work to do to maintain order and security. James, sitting in a prison cell, realized that his journey was completed, but his story would live in the memory of many. Thus ended their confrontation, full of tense moments, dangerous operations, and risky decisions. The world of crime continued its game, but now there was no place in it for James Ellison. James Ellison ended up in prison in the United States awaiting trial. His name became synonymous with daring and criminal genius, and the story of his capture attracted the attention of not only the media, but also many people around the world. But James knew his fight was not over yet. He began to develop an escape plan using his remaining connections and resources. In prison, James found several influential prisoners with whom he began to make plans. They used contraband phones and encrypted messages to coordinate their activities outside. James knew that in order to escape successfully, he would need to act quickly and decisively. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Harper remained focused. She knew James might try to escape, so she insisted on increased security at the prison. Her team monitored all suspicious activity, trying to prevent any escape attempts. James's plan included several stages. First, his men outside would create a diversion by causing unrest in the city to divert the attention of the police and security services. At this time, inside the prison, he and his allies were supposed to blow up one of the walls using smuggled explosives. Day X arrived. Riots began in the city, and the police were forced to mobilize all their forces to control the situation. In prison, James and his team took action. They were able to undermine the wall and begin their breakthrough to freedom. Elizabeth, having learned about the escape, immediately moved to the prison with a special forces group. When she arrived at the scene, the fugitives were already on their way to their hiding place. A chase began, and the police chased them through the city streets, giving them no chance to escape. James and his men made their way through abandoned buildings and underground tunnels, trying to escape their pursuers. Elizabeth personally coordinated the operation, using all available resources to capture them. As a result, the fugitives were cornered in one of the old factories. An intense firefight ensued, during which several members of James's team were wounded and captured. But James managed to get away again, using one of his many tricks. Elizabeth was determined to catch him. She and her team followed James's heels using every means possible. As a result, they found him in a small town on the coast, where he was trying to take refuge in one of the old houses. Surrounded on all sides, James realized that his chances of escape were diminishing by the second. He tried to use his last trump card, the old tunnel leading to the shore, but Elizabeth foresaw this and blocked the exit. When James realized there was no turning back, he came out of hiding with his hands up. Elizabeth and her team arrested him, and this time there was no chance of escape. James was taken back to prison, but now under even stricter surveillance. Elizabeth knew that this time he would not leave. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that her years of work were complete. James, sitting in a prison cell, realized that his attempts to evade justice only led to more dire consequences. He realized that his time in freedom was finally over. But his spirit was not broken. He still hoped that one day he could find a way to escape, even if just for a moment. Elizabeth Harper continued her work, knowing that the world of crime never sleeps. Her determination and tenacity have made her a legend in law enforcement circles. She will always be ready for new challenges and new battles for justice. Thus ended their confrontation, full of dangerous moments and intense battles. The story of James and Elizabeth has become a legend that will be told for many years to come. In prison, despite enhanced security measures, James Ellison did not lose hope of freedom. He carefully studied the guard schedule, security systems, and weak points of the prison complex. All this time, he maintained contact with the outside world through his allies who were ready to help him at any moment. One night, when security was minimal, James decided to take action. He used contraband tools to open the ventilation grill in his cell and enter the ventilation system. The ventilation shafts were narrow and dark, but James knew that this was his only chance. He crawled through a labyrinth of ventilation ducts, guided by a pre-drawn plan. A few hours later, James reached the technical room where the prison's important control systems were stored. Here he found a cache of fake passes and a security guard's uniform prepared in advance by his accomplices. Having changed into a security guard's uniform, James was able to pass through several checkpoints without hindrance. He used false documents and confidence in his actions to avoid arousing suspicion. His goal was clear: to reach the main exit and escape free. Meanwhile, an incident occurred at the other end of the prison. Several prisoners started a riot, diverting the attention of the guards. This was part of James's plan, who knew that such chaos would give him extra minutes to escape. When James reached the main exit, he encountered the final obstacle, an electronic gate which was guarded by heavy security. But he was ready for this. Using a fake pass and a clever electronic key, James was able to bypass the security system and open the gate. A car with allies was already waiting for him on the street. They quickly put him in the car and disappeared into the night. James knew there was no time to celebrate. There was a long road ahead to a new life. After escaping, James and his allies went to an abandoned warehouse, where they changed cars and got rid of all the evidence. They then headed to a private airfield where a plane was waiting for them. The flight was planned in advance, and the pilot was ready to take off at any moment. James understood that he needed to leave the country as quickly as possible. He chose a small island in the Pacific Ocean, where neither the police nor his enemies could find him. The plane took off, leaving American soil behind. On the island, James began a new life, remaining in the shadows and avoiding unnecessary attention. He knew his confrontation with Elizabeth Harper was legendary, but now she was dead and he was free. However, his freedom was clouded by memories and the constant fear that one day he would be found. James Ellison began to build a new empire using his knowledge and experience. He understood that every day of his freedom was a gift, and he was ready to do anything to preserve it. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them because he is James Ellison, an escape artist and a genius of the criminal world. After escaping to an island in the Pacific Ocean, James Ellison felt free, but this feeling was short-lived. The infection he picked up in prison began to make itself felt. Every day his health deteriorated, and no medicine or medical care available on the island could stop its progress. James felt weak, constantly tired and feverish. He understood that his condition was deteriorating, and the time left to him was running out. Despite all this, James did not give up. He began to think about how to make his mark and secure his legacy before the disease finally broke him. He gathered his team and began to develop a new plan. The goal was to create a secret fund that would finance his criminal operations and ensure the future of his loved ones and confidants. James knew his days were numbered, but he wanted to leave something meaningful behind. To do this, he needed to carry out another major operation. He decided to organize a robbery of a large bank in Hong Kong, one of the most secure financial institutions in the world. James knew this would be his last and wanted it to be his greatest success. He began preparations, coordinating his team's actions and planning every step. His men would infiltrate the bank using forged documents and modern technology to breach the security system and gain access to the safes. The day of the operation arrived. James, despite his poor health, personally supervised the team's actions. They entered the bank, disabled the alarm and surveillance cameras, and began opening the safes. Everything was going according to plan, but James felt that his strength was leaving him. At the most crucial moment, when the team had to leave the bank with the loot, James lost consciousness. His men, realizing that their leader was in critical condition, quickly took him to a previously prepared shelter. The operation was completed successfully, but James was on the verge of life and death. Once in the shelter, James came to his senses, but knew that his time was running out. He assembled his team and gave them all the instructions for managing the secret fund. He wanted his legacy to live on even if he was gone. Every day, James felt his strength diminishing. He took medication and tried to fight the infection, but the disease was stronger. In the last days of his life, he wrote a letter in which he described all his thoughts and plans for the future. This letter was to be his last message to the world. One night, James Ellison died, leaving behind the legend of a great outlaw who always stayed one step ahead of his enemies. His team continued his work, running a secret fund and conducting operations around the world. Elizabeth Harper, despite her death, left an unforgettable mark on the history of crime fighting. Her tenacity and determination inspired new agents and investigators who continued her work, fighting criminals and upholding the law. The story of James Ellison and Elizabeth Harper has become a legend that will be told for years to come. Their confrontation showed that even the most dangerous criminals can be caught, and that justice will always find its way.